Hello friends, thank you for tuning in. Hey Mark. Hello Dothic Key. Okay, I think I'm actually going to... Well, first of all, I just got a package, which I may as well talk about. That's pretty good. It's pretty quiet. Alright, and by the way, we are listening to... If you've ever played Street Fighter 4, this is Sakura's theme, so... Timestamps. My cat snuck in. I didn't even notice when I got in here. That's crazy. Okay, hello friends. Welcome to a Saturday stream again. It's been a whole week since I've streamed. I do apologize for the infrequency of my streams. I wish it was my fault, but it's kind of out of my control. Hold on, we don't really need Discord here, do we? Let's get that out of there. Okay, so I just got a package right now. I got an order from Arcade Shock, which I've ordered many times from in the past to get, you know, arcade stick parts. And yeah, this one came from East Compton Boulevard. Let's go, Gardena, California. So I haven't even opened it yet. I just ripped the tape. And it has packing peanuts, which I don't like. Obviously, I don't think anyone likes packing peanuts because it's just like, it's just a mess. No matter what you do, as careful as you are, I'm going to try to extract my stuff as carefully as I can. It's going to be a disaster. Oh my god, and my fan is blowing. Hold on. Just turn off my fan for this specific bit. My cat's trying to sabotage me. He jumped off my bed behind my chair. And now he's chasing the packing peanuts. Man, this spiraled out of control real fast. But okay, let's just grab my... So here is my package. There's some buttons, switches. No. Oh, don't. It's not edible. Okay. He took one bite out of it. He's like, never mind. I don't want that. So anyway, I ordered some micro switches and buttons, which I'm very excited about. These are silent. Well, they're not completely silent, but they're silent. They're more quiet buttons. Also, hello, Spyax. Thank you for tuning in. So, I got a lot of buttons, actually. So these here are Sanwa silent second generation buttons. So the first generation of them just had like some kind of foam padding inside to make them quieter, but it kind of dampened the feel. These are nice. These are much quieter than standard, but yeah, they don't feel that different. They feel basically the same. That's pretty cool. Cause I got regular ones right here. Here's a regular one. Super loud. Oh, it's so much nicer. Cause yeah, I've been wanting to play. Oh my goodness, the difference is unbelievable. The regular ones feel slightly more hollow in a way. I guess something with the sound dampening just makes it feel like more kind of, I don't know, more substantial, the button presses. So I like that. I'm gonna try these out. But yeah, I spent the last day cleaning up 2 of my sticks, getting them prepared because I swapped sticks essentially. So I'm gonna play with all this later. The really cool thing that I got was my new micro switches. Where are they? Here they are. So these here are Omron micro switches. So if you're curious, these are V1523A5s. And I'm replacing my Gersung A2s, which I have right here. So these are the ones I'm replacing. They look the same, but they have a different feel. So yeah, I'm excited to try these out. I'm going to install them after the stream and try them out on some Tekken. So that should be awesome. And then, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with this, but I don't have a use for packing peanuts. So we'll just dispose of them. But that's cool. Shout out to Arcade Shock. I've always had a good experience with them. And if you're wondering what are we doing today? Great question. Let's go over here and yeah, let me stop Sakura's theme. What happened with my hit counter? Oh, I see. At some point I accidentally pressed my D-pad. Oh, probably when I was adjusting my audio for the YouTube video that we're listening to. I should probably set these hotkeys up to be something else, because I do use not my D-pad, my arrow keys somewhat frequently. Okay. So that was Sakura's theme from Street Fighter 4. We're done listening to that. Thank you so much, music. And we're going to jump into some, not Street Fighter 4, we're going to jump into some Stellar Blade, and actually I'm playing on the current patch. Why are we playing on the current patch? Because we're doing Hitless practice, and with Hitless practice, I don't need anything from patch 1.1.0. In fact, the game got patched very recently, but it was like super minor. This is just like some kind of DLSS thing. So another minor bug fix, which I love that they're always super on top of that stuff. I mean, it was not even 10 days that we got, yeah, like within 10 days we got another like supplementary patch. My cat's going crazy here. This is why packing peanuts, not only do they feel like they're, you know, a stain on the environment, but they're also messy just in your house, unpacking. And then if you've got pets or, you know, infants, you don't want them like potentially swallowing that stuff. Man, down with packing peanuts, bubble wrap, or just paper. Paper is great as well. So as I was saying, we're doing some hitless practice, so let's just jump in. Got my DualSense. Yeah, but if anyone wants to share what they've been up to this past week, because I've not been streaming, I would love to hear. Mark, you've been playing it. Oh, you beat Wuchang. Hell yeah, nice. So what's your next game that you're moving on to? Speaking of games, well, I'll talk about it once we get into the game, because that's when I'll timestamp stuff, so. I've been trying to be more conscious of when I start talking about different topics. So since at least with Stellar Blade, I always timestamp when I get into new areas. Rather, you know, the beginning of 807 is always a timestamp. Matrix is a timestamp, etc. And so if I'm in the middle of talking about something, I want to, or like if I'm about to start talking about something else, I'm going to try to like start it when we get to that new area. That way anybody just jumping in at that point, you know, the discourse would make more sense, pretty much. Or compiling shaders. Oh yeah, I did just upgrade my graphics drivers. Anyway, how would you rate Wuchang though, now that you've actually finished it? Let me know what you think. I got an email saying that my delivery from Arcade Shock was delivered. Trying to platinum Wuchang before Lost Soul Aside comes out. Gonna be on that next. When does that one come out? We're at 12:30. I'll put 13 minutes. This is where the gameplay will start. So we did a little unboxing. Now, 13 minutes into the stream, we'll start actual Stellar Blade. As soon as we finish compiling here. Yeah, I haven't played this game since I last streamed, so this is the single most important thing that I want to be playing with some frequency. Basically, everything else can always wait. Everything else can always wait. Oh, and I do have to set up my saves. Glad I remembered. because I do have a save manager, of course, but I'd set up for my 1.1.0, so let's fix this real quick. Once I get into the game, that is. You'd give Wuchang a 7 out of 10. Exploration and art style were good, but you hated a lot of the combat mechanics and didn't like the bosses. Yeah, that's kind of like the whole game, huh? Bummer. How many streams do you think it would take me to finish that game if I like actually was like, you know, on top of it? Kind of like with Liza P. I mean, I just blew through Liza P because I was enjoying it a lot. I was enjoying it a lot. And because the thing is, I want to play Wuchang with, you know, within a month of Game Pass, but I want to find other games to play on Game Pass as well. At the same time, just get more value. Like last time I had a month of Game Pass, I did Lies of P and Ninja Gaiden, and I could have potentially done like another game had I, you know, planned better. But I mean, I guess I'll wait for whenever another thing comes out on Game Pass that sounds cool. Maybe that Lost Soul Aside game will be on Game Pass. Unless it's a PS5 exclusive. Okay, we're in the game. So let's see. What save file am I going to use? I'm going to use... I guess I can just use this one. It doesn't really matter, does it? Nah, but let's use like let's use one that doesn't matter. Let's use number 3. So here we go. Because this one is actually nothing. So I'm going to go edit games. In fact, yeah, this is perfect. So because I have the current patch, Stellar Blade is a separate game than 1.1.0 in the save manager. And then I'll go create a new profile for Hitless practice. And then I'll edit the game to use the 3rd slot, which is Stellar Blade save 02. Bam. Update that. And save location. Adjust that to number 2. Bam. Do you wish to use the directory of the save file? No. Cool. So now I've got a Hitless practice profile. Okay, so now everything is set up perfectly. And I'll just start a new game. So let's go in new game. Use the 3rd save slot. Overwrite. Oh, while we're here though, hold on. I just forgot. Because we're playing on the current patch. So I think I can straight up use DLSS and it'll work well. Because on... what's it called? On patch 1.1.0, it's a little bit... it's not perfect. It's slightly wonky. So at least I can enjoy this a little bit more now. Oh, and, well, you know what? We'll change the language. Let's go with the tried and true Korean. Okay. New game. 3, 2... there's no timer involved in this. Okay, let's go back to the brute split. Alright, here we go. I may as well start recording just in case. What if we get super lucky and just nail this first try? And this is on patch 1.3.1, so we're on the latest patch. On normal. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're just jumping in. If anybody just jumped here from the timestamp, welcome. I'm doing some Hitless practice today. And we're playing on Korean. This is on normal difficulty, new game. It'll probably take 20 to 30 hours for Wuchang. Okay, so yeah. Roughly 5 streams. They also nerfed a lot of the stuff due to controversy in China. Ming enemies don't attack you anymore, and you can't kill Ming bosses, which basically kind of ruins the story. Huh. I wonder if I could play pre-patch if I download the Xbox PC version. Because that's the one I would be playing, Mark, so I have no idea. I can look into it. But at the same time, if gameplay differences are enough where, you know, I think it'd be more enjoyable playing with the patches, I would just do that. I mean, story, whatever. The story doesn't make sense. It's not a big deal to me. I don't even, because like I don't even know what the premise is, and quite frankly, I actually don't really care. You know, it's kind of just be cool to play another Souls game, just to see what it's about. And when I say just to see what it's about, I mean I want to see what the gameplay is about, specifically. Glad you beat it pre-patch. Hell yeah, dude. Alright, so hitless strats. Hitless strats are basically speedrun strats for me, so not much is going to change. Until we get to Matrix. That's when I start playing much more passively. But like for all of 807, it's pretty much going to be how I would normally speedrun. I mean, I'll be a little bit more cautious, but in general, I'm going to be killing the same enemies with basically the same strategies. Oh, that almost hit me. Oh, I don't need to take damage on the fire, and there's no point, because I'm going to kill Brute. But yeah, before this I was watching a bunch of Tekken. The past few days, EWC has been happening, which is like a esports World Cup. So I've just been watching Tekken, it's been pretty entertaining. However, I stopped watching Top 8 because the last player that I cared about, you know, got eliminated, so now I have no, you know, dog in the race, pretty much. Or no horse in the race, I suppose. I guess dog racing might also be a thing. I think the typical expression is, I don't have a horse in the race anymore. The gameplay was fun, but the knockdown was terrible, and the healing was slow. They made it better, but parries are still bad in your opinion. Ah, okay. I was under the impression there were no parries at all. I'll figure it out. I'll definitely check it out one day. But today we're playing a game with great parries. I would say the best parries. Alright, so here's Brute. One, and two, and three. Two more parries. One. That's a Brute. So, clean first section, no big deal. If I really want to play it, then you recommend waiting a little longer, maybe a couple of months. Oh, dude, trust me, it's not going to be this year, because I got a lot of things coming up. In fact, that's a great segue into the games I'm planning to play next, which I've talked about before, but I've been streaming so infrequently, which is so tragic, but because of that, you might have forgotten, anybody watching, so my fiance finished playing Player Obscure. In fact, she's just about finished playing like all of it, doing all the side content, which is cool. She's loved it. But I'm going to do my first playthrough of that on stream, and I'm still playing Ghost of Tsushima, so Ghost of Tsushima, then right after will be Player Obscure. Or probably by the time, around the time I'm finishing Ghost of Tsushima, I'm expecting Silent Hill F will come out, which I am playing on release. So that'll be like a week of Silent Hill F, however long it takes to beat. I'll be literally playing that game just like I did Silent Hill 2. It'll be every single day until I finish it, because I'm going to be super hyped to play it. So that'll be like end of September. I think it's like up September 23rd or something. It's in the 20s, September 20 something. So I'll be playing that, Silent Hill F, and then Clair Obscur, and then after that, I can think about Wuchang. Although you know what I started recently? I started playing Death Stranding, just so my fiance could watch me play something. That game is crazy. It's really like a movie. I thought it was pretty cool so far. I've only done the first like 2 chapters. Because, yeah, I would like to play Death Stranding 2 at some point, you know, in my 30s. So I had to at least start Death Stranding 1. By the way, I am going to go kill this bot for the experience, more than anything. More than anything, I just want the experience from this guy. Because, evidently the tumbler won't have an impact on our game. But the experience will matter. Looking forward to my Silent Hill playthrough. Yeah, dude, I'm super looking forward to playing that game. Clair Obscur is your game of the year? I mean, definitely soundtrack of the year, right? Were there any other bomb soundtracks that came out this year? I feel like soundtrack is indisputable. It's just fantastic. I can't think of what games came out this year. It's always really hard for me to, like, you know, think about years, like a year in games like that. I'd have to look at a list. I can't think about it. Like, what came out in 2025? Let's get our perfect dodge. Bam. And I'll immediately grab ambush. Just get that out of the way. You played a lot of games this year, and Expedition 33 had the best soundtrack. It's pretty hard to argue against how good it is. And even the free soundtrack that they released like a month ago or something, that had like the slightly reprised tracks, they're a little bit different. They're not exactly like the original in-game versions. Pretty cool. Yeah, so we're at 0 hits right now. Let's get a perfect 807. That would make my day. But yeah, I'm just very happy to be streaming today because I have been wanting to stream every single day this week and I've just been unable to. But good news is, the loud part... So there's been construction happening at home, which is why it's been like impossible to stream. And it's like so loud, it's like mental warfare. But luckily the loudest parts are done. And there's still going to be construction happening, but like... Now it's possible that I could actually do some streams during the week, even when there's workers being obnoxious. Because it's not going to be like so disruptive. If I were streaming this past week every single day, literally it was nonstop every day, I mean, you'd be like struggling to hear me. That's how crazy it was. So I'm very happy to be almost out of the woods. I'm not fully out of the woods, but I'm almost there. But yeah, once my life gets back to normal, dude, we're gonna be... I want to be streaming every other day. Four times a week, really. That's what I want. Maybe 5 times even, but at least 4. That's like the bar that I've set for myself. Oh man, you know what else is brutal too? About like just being stuck at home and... Again, being subject to like this mental warfare and not being able to stream is that, you know, since I'm currently unemployed, I can't even like... I don't have anywhere to... I don't really have anything to do outside. Outside of like random errands or like if I'm gonna go meet a friend for a day. But I can't do that every single day, so it's just like here. If I was working while this was happening, it would not be so obnoxious because at least I'd have, you know, something to keep me entertained. But yeah, it's been rough. But not today. It's crazy how like my mood can change immediately. Just when I start a stream, it's like, okay, now we're live, let's go. Because if I'm live, if you see me online, I'm having a good time, you know? Hanging out, chatting. Let's see if we can get a nice no damage right here. Well, why did that lock on? I feel like that should not have locked on, but whatever. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, so I'm not sure what happened there, but I took 2 hits now. I actually have to go back and figure out why I locked onto something. That was very, very weird. I have never seen that happen. And I don't believe I pressed lock on, but anyway, this is already fried. So let me just add my 2 hits though. I'm gonna continue the playthrough. My focus today was more than anything, I wanted to practice Matrix 11. So that's what I would really like to learn today. Actually, that doesn't really count as a hit. That was not an enemy damage source. I should kill him. No, it didn't kill him. That was 3 hits. Took a lot of hits. I'm gonna add them all. Whoops, that's the wrong button. Okay, my hotkeys are working, right? Yes, they are. Here we go. We should be at 5. That was just the ambush section. You know, I guess theoretically, it wouldn't... I don't think it'd be too awful if I used the speedrun tech to skip the ambush. But, like, I want to do the ambush section because when you do it cleanly, it feels so good, you know? So, when I eventually get my hitless run, I want to do the whole... Like, I don't want to skip encounters. So, that's why we also are practicing the ambush section. But that ambush section, like, to be honest... If I was going for actual attempts, I would just restart right now because that's like not even 10 minutes into the playthrough. So restarting there is no big deal. Thankfully, because that ambush section is the most random part of the game. I mean, pretty much. I mean, obviously, I could probably figure out some kind of really consistent strat, but I like doing it the barrel way because it's super awesome looking. It's very flashy. How's my back doing? Oh, my back is fantastic. I haven't had issues with my back since, I only grabbed the health upgrade, since, like, for a few weeks now. You know what else is crazy is that it would have been really convenient had there been construction happening while I was injured, because then I would have just been out anyway. I would have been missing in action, and so that would have been opportune time to, you know, have loud noises, because I can't do anything anyway. But yeah, it's kind of brutal how it's back-to-back. Been going through it here. Okay, so now we've got a Baden. I still don't feel the need to create any saves. I'm going to create a save at the beginning of Matrix and probably just replay Matrix a few times. So today, for today's stream, I'm probably not going to finish a playthrough. I want to do Matrix and then replay Matrix at least twice. I mean, probably like 3 or 4 times. That's the goal anyway, that's the plan. Hello Evelyn, thank you for tuning in. Why no English voice? I've done a playthrough on English. We're not playing on English today, we're playing on Korean. I have done a playthrough on English. It's one of my least favorite languages to play on. Just because of the combat noises, like the effort sounds, the exertion noises, they're really like hard for me to listen to. But I like the actual voice acting. It's just during combat, like the noises that Eve makes are just like really grating to my ears in particular. I'm super used to listening to the Korean voices, and it's nice and soothing. But some of the yells that she does, it's hard for me to listen to. Hello Blankets, thank you for tuning in. If I were at a camp IRL, what 3 foods would I cook at a campfire? That's a very good question. Let me think about it during this boss fight. 3 foods? Campfire, huh? Okay, I got this. I'll try to think of a good answer here. Hot dogs has to be one of them. Alright, so that's a bad one. Hot dogs. Well, okay, if I'm... So there's a difference between, like, am I trying to just survive? Or am I, like... Is it like a leisurely camp? Am I camping for fun? Because if it's for fun, it'd be hot dogs, s'mores, and some kind of shish kebab. I mean, you could take really any meat and just make shish kebabs. It'd be fantastic. That'd be nice. Because really, you could make it like a K barbecue or Japanese barbecue. For leisure, okay, so those would be my three. Those would be my three choices. Hot dogs, s'mores, shish kebabs, with any kind of meat or vegetables that you like. Pleasure to watch your combos. Thank you for watching. What am I doing now? I'm gonna grab beta energy. Yes. Is that true? Is that what I would grab here? Let me think about this. Okay. Very little that I need to parry coming up. But to be honest, let's just grab... No, I do want... I want to work towards this. I want beta chain. I would feel safer with beta chain than I would with focus boost. I would feel safer. So for me, it's more important to grab this as soon as possible. Also, let's put blur. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And yeah, also, I will be grabbing more... So unlike a speedrun, I'm going to be grabbing a bunch of these chests just to, you know, upgrade my exospines. Since we're not in a rush at all, and I stand to gain a lot from having stronger exospines, it makes sense to go out of my way. Just not even go out of my way, but like if it's in my path, I will definitely grab any chests that I see. This is how I usually like to do this room. Okay. Damn. I took a hit. So that's one hit. Also, we're past the baton. One hit on Corruptor. I need to set up... You know what I should really do? I should set up this hit counter to show hits on the way to bosses. Because you can have... I could have an extra column. I just disabled it because I was thinking, it doesn't matter too much. But I think it would actually be pretty good for my practice where I can see, okay, I took this many hits on the way there. Because if I can at least have like a playthrough where I take no damage on bosses... That right there is a little bit of an accomplishment. It's like a mini accomplishment. Hello, Dai-chan. Thank you for tuning in. Am I playing on PC? Yeah, we're playing on PC. Ow. Alright, that's another hit. Why did I start a new game and not a plus version where I keep the upgrades? So... I'm doing, so today what I'm doing is I'm practicing Hitless, which is basically I'm doing a whole playthrough without taking hits from enemies. That is not the same as no damage because I'm allowing myself to walk through like fire, for example. So I can, you know, take fall damage and walk through fire. And that's like, those are the only rules. My only rules are, I can't take hits. I can't take damage from enemy sources. Essentially, and I'm doing it on New Game because if I were to do it on New Game Plus, it'd be very trivial. It'd be kind of pointless to do. So the spirit of Hitless would be to do, in my opinion, is to do it on New Game. Because yeah, as you can imagine, if I were playing on New Game Plus right now, I would have my guns already available and maxed out. And so it'd be kind of just, you know, there would be pretty much zero danger the entire playthrough. There wouldn't really be anything scary the entire run. Which would be kind of defeat the purpose of Hitless, in my opinion anyway. I mean, you could do a Hitless run like that, but for me, I wouldn't be having any fun doing that. So that's why I'm not doing that. Yeah, and then today, specifically today, I want to practice Matrix more than anything. So first I gotta get a save file over to Matrix 11. And you might, astute watchers might remember that recently I did create a whole save file pack on New Game. However, the reason I don't want to use those save files is because the save files that I created before, they are speedrun save files where I don't pick up that much stuff or don't have that much experience. So, compared to a Hitless run where I'm going to be, you know, picking up some chests, killing some extra enemies, doing some extra stuff, right? Upgrading a lot. It's not exactly the same, so that's why I want to have a separate save file for Hitless. So the saves wouldn't really help me. You play on mouse and keyboard? Wow, that's crazy. That's like not intuitive for me. I did play on mouse and keyboard a little bit during the demo of Stellar Blade, and you know, it's kind of like how you'd imagine. It's pretty much exactly what you would imagine they would do with the controls, right? I think that like Liza P plays the same way. I'm pretty sure, where you're attacking with the mouse buttons. For me, I love playing anything that is third person on a pad. I love playing on a gamepad if it's third person. Pretty much if there's a camera to move around. Rather, if it's not first person, I like playing on a pad. If it's first person, I do like playing on mouse and keyboard. But in my head, it's crazy because like to me, a mouse and keyboard is still just a StarCraft controller. Like that's still its main purpose, and like for me. Because like even like if it's a first person shooter that's like casual, like a Resident Evil 7, for example, or Resident Evil 8, like a casual first-person game, I still prefer to play that on pad. Just because, I don't know, for me it's more comfortable. Because if I'm playing... Oh, well, that was weird. If I'm playing on a mouse and keyboard, I have like the tendency to want to be like more sweaty, right? So like multiplayer games, obviously 100%. When I used to play Apex Legends, I would play that on mouse and keyboard, of course. Oh, playing Battlefield 6, nice. I heard that one was really good. We had our boy Requiem was just talking about it. He said it was really good. That's still in the beta, right? Nice, really good damage there. Just barely took him out. Prefer the roller for haptics. Finish the game 6 times, all hard challenge bosses on mouse and keyboard. Cool. You know, I gotta do a full mouse and keyboard playthrough one day. That's another thing I gotta do. Although I would also like to do an arcade stick playthrough. It would be pretty easy to do, to be honest. Like, we did a playthrough on guitar, on a Guitar Hero controller, and that was extremely fun. And it wasn't too hard. The hardest part was figuring out our controls. So, but like by the time we were like, you know, by the time we got to Spire, once we got to Spire, we had our controls locked down. I felt like our control setup was really optimized on the guitar controller. And the hardest part was just switching to aim, because I had a different control setup if I needed to aim my gun or move my camera. But it was doable with Steam input. If I play on an arcade stick, again, I'm going to be limited to essentially one D-pad. But again, I can just use action sets to change if I need to aim. And playing on an arcade stick sounds like it would be really fun to just parry stuff, just like bam, bam, you know? So it'd be a fun playthrough. Not necessarily a difficult one, or like really like, not really a challenge run, but it'd be a fun playthrough. It'd be a fun run. So that's another one I want to do. I want to do an arcade stick, like a fight stick playthrough, and mouse and keyboard playthrough. I want to do both of those. Who did I play in Apex? I mostly played... Who did I play? Valkyrie? This was like This was early. I want to say I was playing that game like 2018 or something. I didn't play it when it came out, but I had a group of friends that I would play with. I think I mostly just played Valkyrie. And Loba. I do remember playing as Loba. Because I like not having randomness in my games. If I can eliminate as much randomness as possible, I'm having more fun. So like just being able to like grab the weapons that I like with the Loba shop, that was more fun for me. I think those were my only two characters. I didn't really play anybody else. Like I can't recall another character that I played. By the way, did you guys beat Everdark Slaver and Caligo? No, we didn't actually. We never beat it. We got really close. We got to like 20% a couple times. You know, actually, Mark, do you know? Because my strategy was, yo, we should do Mountaintop. So we were doing Mountaintop to get Anti-Dragon and Anti-Frost. But I don't know if it actually was helping, because it still felt like its attacks were super strong. So potentially the Mountaintop was kind of a waste of time, and it'd be better to just go for like a max level run and like, you know, work on the castle or something, or do more Everjails, because we were of course doing the Everjail strat as well. You're enjoying Battlefield? Hell yeah. Did I play Titanfall 2? Oh, I should play Titanfall 2? Yeah, I know that that was like the single player game that Respawn made before. You know what else they made? They made Jedi Survivor, no, Jedi Fallen Order and Survivor, maybe? I know that Respawn developed Jedi Fallen Order, but I'm not sure if they developed Jedi Survivor, which by the way is leaving PS Plus in like 3 days. So if anybody was interested in finishing their playthrough of Survivor, it's about to leave PS Plus. And Survivor, okay. It does help, Mark, on Caligo. You made a strategy with it. First time you had bad luck. Second time you beat it. Nice. Yeah, our biggest issue was just like... that boss is so evasive. Like, they just keep running away. We barely had any opportunities to deal damage. I was playing with Tazel and Wake, and yeah, we were getting... Our fight was... the fights lasted just so long. So, it's kind of rough. But then once we got in there, it was like, okay, good damage. And, you know, we had fire weapons and everything. I had like a fire Nagakiba upgraded, but it just was not enough. It was not enough. Anywho, I don't even know when that boss leaves. I still haven't done that one or Centaur, so those are the two I have not done. So, rather, I've only done Sentient Pest and what the hell is the other one called? And Gaping Jaw. Those are the only two that I've done. So I have the other guys. I think it's only 4 so far still, right? This guy is optional, you don't gotta fight him. I don't need that. By the way, you know what? This does not look good. My DLSS looks absolutely terrible. I'm gonna stop using it. Yeah, it's just so smooth. It's so smooth without it. I don't know what it is, but I used to have a good experience with DLSS. Sorry, not DLSS. Frame generation. I used to have a good experience with frame gen on this game. But now it's like doesn't look good. It looks really weird. So I've been enjoying just not frame genning it up recently. Caligo is gone for now. It's Libra? Oh, Libra. Libra. Oh, you mean Equilibrium Beast, right? I still haven't done that raid. That's the only raid I've never gotten. And you know, I looked up a trophy guide at some point, and it said that, like, the likelihood of getting the Libra raid, it's much more likely against certain Night Lords. And I think that I just never fight, because there's, like, a good, like, 3 or 4 bosses that I only ever fought one time. And so I don't see their maps ever. Because, like, I've gotten, what's it called? That was really slick, I like that. I've gotten the other invasion many times. The other two, actually, Augur and what's it called? And Morgott, but never freaking Equilibrium Beast. So... potentially gonna clip that. By the way, if you're really sneaky here... oh, I wasn't sneaky enough. But yeah, I do have beta chain, so we will have good defensive options against Corruptor. You got the invasion on Centaur? Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, I want to get that one. Whenever that comes back, I guess. ED Libra? Oh, Wait, what is ED? I read that as erectile dysfunction, but I know that's not what you're talking about. I know it's not ED Libra. What would Night Rain have to do with that? But Everdark, is it just Everdark? Is that what it is? I'm not gonna lie, your team got destroyed on Everdark Sovereign Libra. Have you gotten a completion yet? Have you beaten it? Like even a single time? You know what's crazy is that I think we only ever fought Libra one time. And we just ran over it, so I was like, oh, this boss is so easy. No, you haven't gotten it? Okay. Oh, little story. So since we're remodeling the kitchen, my parents are remodeling their kitchen. I don't have water right now. So typically, you know, there's just water that goes through a filter in the fridge, and that's where I get water from. But I haven't had water in like at this all week literally. So the other day I was so desperate to just get some water because I was like late. I was sleeping weird. So I went to Taco Bell just to like get something, and I was like, hey, can you fill my water bottle, please? And the guy's like, yeah, no problem. I filled all the way up to the top. And then you can imagine my dismay when I get home and I realize, oh my gosh, this is carbonated water, which is undrinkable. Pretty much. I mean, I don't like drinking soda. I don't enjoy soda because it goes down not smoothly. So carbonated water is like just undrinkable. I tried to drink it because I was like so thirsty. But I ended up just finding like, you know, like a Powerade. That was my hydration for the day. But yeah, I'm just gonna like survive on some gallons of water that I got from the store for the next week or whatever until we have water again. So I can't wait for that. I cannot wait to have water just easily available. However, what's kind of cool about having jugs of water is that I feel like I'm in high school again. Because when I was in high school, I would always take a gallon jug of water. If you don't know what a gallon is, if you're outside of the US, that's kind of like 1.5 liters. You know, like a big container of water. But here in America, we have gallons. And, you know, it's like a big container. So it's very like, it's not, what's the word? It's very conspicuous. And it's funny because I remember people asking me like, oh, what sport do you play? Because actually in high school, because I was bigger at the time, I was very concerned about staying hydrated because I was taking creatine. So when I would exercise, I would also have creatine like every day. And so I was like, I gotta stay hydrated. And I would also carry around I would meal prep food and I would carry around a duffel bag. I was ridiculous. So I'd have my books and my folders and my notebooks or whatever in a duffel bag along with my food that I would, you know, eat throughout the day. Because I was eating constantly, like every 3 hours, every 2.5 hours I'd have like some kind of food. So you can imagine me with my duffel bag and my gallon of water carrying that around. And like imagine me but slightly more swole. Now I'm like not swole at all, but like if you can imagine me a little bit bigger. I remember people always ask me like, oh, what sport do you play? And it's like, oh, I don't play anything actually. I just exercise. Which is kind of funny. Kind of like, I felt like a fraud in a way. If someone asked me what sport I played, I felt like a fraud. Nice, that was clean. So, whenever I see gallon jugs of water, I always think of that. My high school days. And that is Corruptor. Okay. So, no hits on Corruptor, no hits on Abaddon. Not bad. Now here, I will 100% make a save file. I'm going to import the save right now into my save manager because this bit is probably the hardest part of 807. Outside of the ambush, there's the save in the bottom left. So right there, grab all my stuff, whatever. Okay. Is there any way to trigger the autosave again? I don't think so. I'm just curious, if I walk back up and then walk down, does it trigger an autosave again? Because if I can, I'd love to have my autosave with all of the stuff picked up. Okay, it's not a big deal. Let's go over to my save manager. I'm going to import save state. And I'm going to rename this one. This one will be post corruptor. So here, there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong. Just because construction zone is kind of, you know... Construction zone inherently isn't really dangerous. It's just that the enemy encounters... Rather, the backstabs are random. At least they feel kind of random. The one on the last ID card is definitely random, but like, I don't know, man. Like I'll talk about it when I get there. But there's two cricket butchers that we got to kill, and the cricket butchers at this stage are a genuine. They're kind of like a genuine threat, right? I don't really want to fight them, so I want to backstab them. They're kind of a threat because I don't have repulse. We don't get repulse until much later. Like in Matrix, that's when I get repulse. And yes, of course, you could perfect dodge the repulse attack, but that's kind of sketchy. I don't really want to deal with that, especially after doing 2 bosses already. I want to have a very clean... Basically, when you're approaching Hitless, you want to have the most consistent strategies against everything. The most consistent possible method to killing everything, and ideally staying safe, right? So the less danger I can expose myself to, well, the higher likelihood I have of actually having a successful run, so... Oh my gosh, can I get up? Oh, that was close. You heard the enemy attacking, right? The creeper behind me was attacking me. I heard its tail go off, but I just barely got up in time. All right, so here's the first one. This is the first cricket butcher. So this guy, it feels like he's got eyes in the back of his head. Luckily, you can approach this very methodically, where all I really care about is, first of all, get the attention of the spider. So once this guy notices you, you can take him out by himself. It's very easy to kite this guy over, attack him over here. And now we're just doing, and we're in a 1v1. Now, as soon as this guy reaches the end of his post, or his patrol at the left, I'm gonna backstab him. Nice. It was about to turn around. He was about to turn around, and this is why I created a save file, because this kind of stuff is good to practice. You know, exposing yourself to the enemy's patterns, right? The more times you see it, the less you'll be surprised by variations in the patterns, so... Construction zone is the one part I'd probably practice the most now that I have the save manager. Man, can you believe we were doing this on console? I can't believe I was even thinking about doing this on console. That was just no. Just no. Having a save manager to practice is like game changing. Alright. And now I do want my Omnibolts, because if I can, I'll get a 3rd Omnibolt slot. Alright, but we're coming up to the 2nd ID card. There's really no danger here. If you get the backstab on this cricket slash, or cricket... Yeah, this is a cricket slasher. Cool. If you don't, no big deal. You can just kill him. Okay. Now, if you... What can happen in this room is that if you are fighting the cricket slasher right here, sometimes this spider over here will notice you. It can happen. And if it does, it's not a huge deal, because it's just one more spider to kill, but you don't want it ambushing you while you're fighting, you know? In fact, if you backstab an enemy on the last few frames of leaving the backstab animation, you can get hit, and so if there's a creeper near you, it can still screw you up. Hardest boss in the game by far, this Everdark Libra. Okay, I gotcha. Sounds pretty intense. Sounds pretty serious. You gotta put on your tryhard hat and think about a strategy for Libra. Wouldn't be shocked if he gets nerfed. I mean, is there really much strategy in that game besides just the Evergel strat? It seems so incredibly busted, right? If you get 4 Everjails, like your whole team is doing so much damage. And then, and then just get a weapon, right? You get a weapon that they're weak to and some Everjails, and that's basically the game, isn't it? But then it's like also making all those things happen in a run. Because like sometimes, yeah, whatever, you get unlucky and you don't find an extra key. So this is the guy that's harder to backstab. This looks good. Nice. That rarely happens. No joke, I've probably only backstabbed this enemy maybe less than 5 times in all the playthroughs that I've done. Very, very rare to get a backstab there. Nice, that was close. Libra summons 3 to 6 NPCs. Oh. That sounds awful. What the heck? So it's like the, it's like that one... What was her name in the DLC? Like before Radon in the DLC? Where you go into a summon world, except you have no allies. And you're just fighting a ton of NPCs and a boss? Man, that sucks. That sounds awful, Mark. I have 4 SP. Alright, so now... Beta energy recharge. Actually, no. I'll get focus boost. And then beta energy recharge. Alright, that's good. I like that. Or if you didn't want to get beta energy recharge, I would not blame anybody for just getting infinite rush. Although infinite rush doesn't really help survivability too much, it would make the Gigas fight feel more normal and more comfort and what's the word? Normalcy in your gameplay will lead to naturally playing cleaner. So I will not be able to catch up to Gigas like I'm used to. If Gigas runs away, I kind of just gotta run towards him, which is fine. That's not a huge deal. Hey Agatoki, thank you for tuning in, man. Happy Saturday. Good to see you again. Executor summons spams waterflow dance. Oh, waterfowl dance? Oh my goodness. That was pretty clean, right? That was sort of like a damage boost, except without taking damage. That's like the best RNG you can get. If that particular enemy shoots their little projectile, you can dodge it to get a free rush forward, and then do another rush. So like if that happens during a speedrun, it's like, oh my gosh, then you're on gold split kind of pace. For anybody just tuning in, by the way, I am doing Hitless practice today, specifically with an emphasis on Matrix. So once we get to Matrix 11, I'll be replaying it probably like 3 or 4 times. And that's mostly what I care to practice today. That's the main thing I want to practice is Matrix. And my reasoning is, if I'm doing full game attempts, I can always reset in Eidos 7 because it's at the beginning. So I should spend most of... And the other thing is, naturally, by resetting, you're doing the beginning of the game more than any other part of the game. So I want to spend most of my time practicing Matrix and Spire. I pretty much... that's all I want to practice. 807 I don't even feel like it's necessary to practice because it's, pretty easy bosses. It's not very long either. And so, yeah, as long as we're just, having a good day, as long as we're on point for that day, we can always get through 807, no problem. And then if we get through Eidos, my practice will pay off more for Matrix and Spire. So those are the main things that I want to practice. Of course, there's... Oh, hold on. Whoops. Of course, there's still value in practicing 807. Just I feel like there's less of it. There's less value. Alright. Kind of weird. Usually that Cricket Slasher will be de-aggroed if you jump off into the water before filling the water. But that did not happen this time. So, anywho, And at the beginning of the stream, I also did a little bit of an unboxing. I mean, for any FGC, if I have any FGC people watching, let me know. I don't think I really don't think there's any crossover between like fans of this game in general and like third-person action games and fighting games. I feel like there's barely any crossover. We've got like a couple people in the community, but I would like to know if anybody is, you know, FGC here, let me know. Because I did do a small unboxing of an Arcade Shock order that I got at the beginning of the stream. And I showed some new buttons, some new Sanwa buttons. I'm trying out some Generation 2 silent buttons. And some new micro switches that I got for my Korean lever. Because I play Tekken on a Taeyang Fanta short collar lever. So the Taeyang Fanta is kind of like the old, it's kind of like, it's like, well, basically, I think it's like one of the oldest Korean style levers. That the others are kind of based on. But this is a short collar version, so it's not exactly like it because traditional Korean lever has like a really tall collar, right? It's like you have to cut a bigger hole in a fight stick compared to like if you have a regular Japanese lever. So anyway, I got that earlier today. In fact, just as I was starting the stream, as I was starting, USPS pulled up with my order. I was like, oh, hell yeah. But I'm going to install that afterwards and probably play some Tekken later after the stream. Although, you know, it's funny. I remember doing a few Tekken streams, like not streams dedicated to playing Tekken ranked, but like after playing Stellar Blade for the day, I would do like a few ranked matches online. This was so long ago. This was like back in, I don't know, last year, June maybe? Something like that. Last year, July possibly. So yeah, exactly a year ago, I would say. But I have not done that since. You know, with these new silent buttons that I got, maybe it'll be more bearable to listen to. Granted, I feel like if you watch fighting game streams, you're used to hearing buttons, you know? It probably doesn't really bother you. But if you're not used to watching fighting game streams, it might be kind of annoying hearing buttons. So that's another reason I'm excited. I was excited to play with more silent buttons, quieter buttons, for in case I ever stream fighting games, or just in general for, you know, being courteous to people around me. Because it is it's kind of annoying. It's not even so much the loudness, it's just like the pitch. Like the pitch of the buttons when you hit them is so, not high pitched, but it's so, it just like cuts through the airwaves and it's like, it is indescribable. You know arcade button sounds when you hear them. Ouch, that's an unfortunate hit. Unfortunate hit. Is the construction done? No, I wish. We still got probably another 2 or 3 weeks, but good news is that the loud parts are over. So, I'm very grateful that I'm approaching normalcy again. Like, I'm gonna have stability again in my life soon. I don't know when exactly, but I think 2 to 3 more weeks of this. But yeah, the loud parts are over and done with. So, like the loudest type of construction noises that were, you know, waging mental warfare on me are done. There's still gonna be some loud noises, but not so bad, because like there was like crazy stuff going on like in the attic and stuff, like from above, and like, you know, cutting through tile. Oh my goodness, the sound is awful. The sound of cutting through tile is just, it's like a nightmare. It's truly like a brain drill. So, rebirth tomorrow? I think so. I think we can do that. Because, yeah, trust me, Agatoki, I've been doing nothing but... I have wanted nothing but to be streaming for you guys, like, every day. That's what I want to do every day. And, you know, playing the games that I've had sitting around. Because, I don't really play much offline, like, off-stream. Like, recently I've just playing some Tekken 8. But, I started Death Stranding. I did the first 2 chapters with my fiance. You know, very casually. That game is pretty cool. It's interesting because Death Stranding, it feels like it a lot of the ways it reminds me of playing Metal Gear Solid games in the storytelling, but then and like the exposition, but then like the gameplay is so like, what is even like, what am I doing right now? I haven't gotten that far into it yet, so like I don't even know if there's combat in the game. It's just been like stealthy hiking. That's all I've experienced so far, but still it's really engaging. Actually, the game is really pretty too. Kind of amazing because I'm playing it on PS5. So like for a console game to look so pretty is like, wow, nice. Good job, guys. Then again, not that surprising because Kojima is always like Metal Gear Solid 2 when that came out on PS2, it was super gorgeous, especially the opening tanker mission. If you go back and play the opening tanker mission of MGS2, to this day it still looks really good. Especially the rain. The rain is awesome in that game. Love MGS2. Not my favorite though. My favorite's MGS3. Anyway, but that's besides the point. Kojima has always had really good graphics in his games, like Metal Gear Solid 4 when that came out. Gorgeous game. Super gorgeous game. So I can see the carryover on, because Death Stranding came out on PS4. Yeah. Never played it until just, you know, this past week. That's pretty cool. Anyway, the point is, I haven't played any Rebirth, I haven't played any Stellar Blade, and I have not played any Ghost of Tsushima. Those are the 3 games that I'm floating still. So I gotta get through those games, because I want to start Clair Obscur as well this year, and, you know, whatever else we can. And then next month I've got Silent Hill. So Silent Hill is a playthrough that I'm doing no matter what. I don't even care if anybody watches. It doesn't matter if I have 1 viewer or, you know, 20 viewers or whatever. If no one's watching, I'm going to be having so much fun playing that game, so that's why I want to share my experience. Because, you know, I'm super hyped to play any like survival horror game, so I feel like it's worth sharing. Because if you're hyped for a game, I think it's fun to watch gameplay from other people who are hyped to play that game as well. Like, you wouldn't, like, if I'm excited to play a game, I'm not going to watch a stream of somebody who's down on it. Why would I watch that? So, yeah. And I have no idea, and I have no idea, and I don't care. I don't know what the perception is of that game, or like because I don't follow, you know, I don't know what like internet buzz is about on like games in general. So I have no idea if anyone's excited for the game, but I was excited as soon as I saw it. And I have not watched any trailers. So I'm going into Silent Hill F completely blind. Super blind. And I'm just gonna, you know, take it in and enjoy it. Although this time I'm not getting the deluxe edition. When I got Silent Hill 2, I paid an extra like 10 bucks or whatever for the deluxe edition, which just comes with like stuff that doesn't matter, and 48-hour early access. So the 48-hour early access, I thought, oh, that sounds cool, because at the time I was working, and so that 2 days early meant I could play on a Sunday, like when I had a day off of work. So it kind of made sense to me. I was like, yeah, I'll pay the 10 bucks, whatever. I'll support Team Bloober. And, you know, I don't regret it at all, because I loved that game. Silent Hill F, though, you know, since I'm not working, I should save 10 bucks, so that's why I'm not getting that. I'll just get the regular version. Death Stranding's really fun. Okay, so does it get more fun? Is there combat? I don't know. This remains to be seen. I know that... So I do know, I heard that Silent Hill, or not Silent Hill, Death Stranding 2 is more combat or action-oriented. Which I can only surmise, that I guess the original was kind of light on that, and so to kind of cater to, I guess, a wider audience, they made it more action-y. Which, hey, doesn't really bother me. But yeah, any kind of Kojima game is always a whole experience. You never... Dude, at playing any Kojima game, you never know how long a cutscene is going to be, actually. I still remember, I think it was MGS2, there's like a conversation between Vamp and someone, and it lasts for like 40 minutes. And I was a kid, I was like 12 or 13 years old playing Metal Gear Solid 2 originally. So this is like almost 20 years ago. And you know, I don't like a bunch of dialogue is going over my head. I don't have the life experience to fully appreciate all the dialogue. But I'm just eating this up, dude. I'm just listening to it. Although in Death Stranding there have not been any crazy long cutscenes yet. I don't know if there I'm expecting there'll be at least one. I feel like it's just in Kojima fashion to have at least one absurdly long cutscene. However, I should mention that cutscene I'm talking about in MGS2 is optional. You can just skip it. Because it's literally just like, you're just listening to a conversation. But yeah. It might have been longer than 40 minutes. It could have been like 50 minutes. It was really long. Legitimately. That is not an exaggeration. You guys know I'm not hyperbolic like that. You don't like the gameplay of horror games, but you like to watch them. Really excited for Silent Hill F. You might not watch that stream because of story spoilers. Fair enough. Well, hey, Agatoki, if you're getting the deluxe edition, you can maybe even you can stay ahead of me at least. You and your boys beat every single Everdark Sovereign battle in less than 3 tries. Libra already took 6 attempts, and all of them ended in failure. Sounds like pretty good value. You know, I still think it's kind of dumb how the Everdark Sovereigns rotate. I wish they were just all available at all times. You know why I think it's silly? Because it can already be tough to organize 3 people playing together, like scheduling that. And then it's like, oh, the boss I wanted to fight is not even in rotation right now. So it's like, okay, well, we'll try again next week, boys. It's like, oh my goodness, please. Or at least make it like a... And I'm sure they have their reasons, but like, they could make it like where you pay currency, like in-game currency or the sigils, to just rotate the bosses. But yeah. Anywho, whatever. We're playing Stellar Blade today, not Night Rain. Hang on, where am I going? Can't go that way just yet. And I'm gonna grab this. So we're gonna get more buffs than usual. By the way, we are on Quiel now, so let's get a nice hitless Quiel, which should be 0 effort. Quiel on normal you can just shoot down with the shotgun. So, and I will be upgrading the shotgun right away. In fact, right here I'm gonna get some nano elements so I can upgrade my Eagle Eye. You know, I'll still never understand why the hell did they change the button to close the menu after you pick up a key code or anything. Why did they change it to X? It was circle on console. It's so weird. It's still, you know why I don't like that? It's because, and this is, old games were like this and they figured it out in the modern era, at least I thought. If you are trying to like pick up an item, and this is not the same, I guess. Picking up an item is worse if it's the same button as jump. But I was playing Dirge of Cerberus recently, and in Dirge of Cerberus, the same button to pick up items, Final Fantasy VII Dirge of Cerberus. In that game, the same button to pick up items is the same as the jump button. So you could be trying to pick something up and then just be jumping, which is obviously incredibly annoying, because then it's like, now you're not touching the thing anymore. And you gotta, you know, readjust your character, try to pick up the item again. So in Stellar Blade, I thought it was perfect that it was circle, because if you press circle one extra time, it'll just, you know, backdash or whatever, instead of jumping, which to me, getting an unintended jump is much more frustrating, at least when you're trying to go fast. From a casual perspective, like just normal playthroughs, it doesn't matter. But for me, I have the muscle memory so ingrained of pressing circle. To this day, I'm still not used to it on PC, of pressing X to close the key code menus. There is a workaround, by the way. In the options, you can flip X and circle, but if you do that, now you're playing Nintendo Switch and you gotta press circle to confirm on everything. So, like, skipping dialogue or buying items from the shop, it would all be with circle, which I don't want to do that. It's just specifically the menus When you're closing a menu, it's X. And it was circle. Such a weird change. In fact, I have not played on console. Does anybody know? If anybody has played on console since they released like Man and Scarlet, is the button for closing the keycode menus, like when you pick up a keycode, is it circle now on console? Because maybe it is, and maybe they just changed it all around. But if they just made it different on PC versus console for no reason, that's incredibly stupid. I actually just can't understand why they would do that. If they decided, you know what, we do want it to be circle, and if they changed it on console, at least I'll have some kind of solace in the fact that I'm not the only one suffering. Like, it's not just a PC thing, but I have no clue. You played Dirge of Cerberus, but you cannot remember anything about it. Well, I'm sure you can remember that it had a freaking badass intro with Gact. The Gact song, Redemption. It's an incredible intro. Oh, I was a little bit high there. I gotta practice that again. I don't remember. I guess it's right here. Oh, hang on a sec. Uncheck that. Okay. Anywho. So first things first, upgrade our drone here. I'm actually gonna get the slug ammo right now because I can. Since we went out of our way to grab one extra drone upgrade module, I can grab that. I'll grab this too. And then dodges. Let's just get dodges right now. Okay. Then we buy ammo and then we head off to the wasteland. May as well buy 2 of these. Let's buy 3 of them, whatever. No, wait, I don't need them. What am I talking about? I'm not gonna die.
수고했어, 이브. 도시를 둘러본 소감이 어때?
빈 곳이 많아서인지. 아무튼
But anyway, speaking of Dirge of Cerberus, it came out around the time that, you know, third person over the shoulder kind of aiming started becoming more prevalent in games.
그럼
Thanks largely in part to Resident Evil 4. There were games that came before, but like RE4 was the first game on PS2 and on GameCube. It was the first game that like super popularized it. I mean, especially in the 360 generation, I remember there were so many games that used just Resident Evil 4's camera angle. That game is so influential in so many ways. So good. Yeah, I was about to say I haven't played RE4 in a while, but that's not true. I played it like a few months ago. Like during in like April I played through it again. So it's not been that long. RE4 is one of those games, the original, that I'll always just pop in randomly and just play through because it's so short. The remake is short as well, and so it's also very good for playing through a bunch of times, but it's a little bit longer, just slightly, I think. Oh, hang on, wait. However, one thing Remake does have, RE4 Remake, is freaking Separate Ways is the perfect DLC. Separate Ways is so good, it's so much better than the original Separate Ways in just every way possible. Such a good DLC, man, it's incredible. I can't believe it's only $10. That really blew my mind. Capcom could have easily charged more for Separate Ways, and they didn't. Like, I respect that so much. So they do some... They have some wrongdoing that I don't like. Like, for example, I don't like the way Street Fighter games are, where it's just like, you know, you get like a very bare bones game. That's not true. Street Fighter 5 was bare bones when it came out. Street Fighter 6 was not bare bones, but it has small roster. Like, the game was full, it had content, but the roster is so small because they have to drip feed you DLC fighters. I cannot stand that about modern fighting games. The drip feed of DLC characters, I hate it. And they do that, which is obnoxious, but at least Separate Ways was not overpriced, and it's just an amazing DLC. You heard that Code Veronica and Resident Evil 0 are getting remakes. I mean, yeah, those would either of those would make sense. I feel like Code Veronica would make much more sense. In my opinion, just because, like, I don't even know how you remake 0. Because, like, the whole gimmick with 0 is that you could control 2 characters, and sometimes you'd control them with, you know, both analog sticks on the GameCube. But, like, as a remake, I guess you'd just be getting rid of that functionality. I guess? I have no idea. Whereas, you know, Code Veronica could really use a remake because it was kind of like, I don't know. Code Veronica is a really good game, but something about it, like the control-wise, is like in between. I guess because it's not exactly fixed backgrounds. So if you played a classic Resident Evil game with tank controls, you know that the backgrounds are fixed. And the point of that is because when you're running forward, it'd be really trippy if the camera was moving around and forward, sorry, that's not true. Okay, on PS1, right? As a way of kind of being clever with the console's resources, because it was not a very powerful console, they made the backgrounds static. And because the backgrounds are static, this accomplished 2 things. Number one, it made it so they could have a really efficient game, right? But then also, you can craft your scares better when you can fix the camera angles, okay? Oh my gosh, careful, don't die. But then the issue was that when you have these fixed camera angles, it's kind of trippy trying to control like a character the normal way, like with an analog stick. So they gave you tank controls. That way, regardless of the angle that you're looking at, I just got hit there, that sucks. Regardless of the angle that you're looking at your character from, forward or up on the D-pad is always forward. That's how you stayed grounded. And it worked beautifully. Tank controls are awesome. They just take a little bit of getting used to. And so like, if you know, like especially nowadays, like gamers today might not have the attention span to learn tank controls because you got to spend like, you know, an hour learning and then you can enjoy the game like fully to the max. But within that first hour, it might feel weird if you're not used to it, right? So there's like a tiny learning curve. And for some people, that just might be enough to break their experience. But I love playing RE games on tank controls. Anyway, so the point is, the whole reason I mentioned this is because I was talking about Code Veronica. Code Veronica did not have fully static backgrounds. The camera followed you around sometimes. And so it was kind of awkward in that sense. The rest of the game is really good, but I didn't really like that because I don't know, it was just kind of weird. It was kind of like, it was closer to like a Silent Hill camera thing, but not exactly. But closer to it. Like if you played any Silent Hill game on PS1 or 2, you know, the camera kind of follows you a little bit sometimes. The camera follows you around a lot, but then there are some times where it gives you like interesting camera angles, and then it'll follow you around through those interesting camera angles. And Code Veronica did that, which I didn't really like that much. So that's why I would love to see that game remade. I would love to play Code Veronica in, you know, over-the-shoulder perspective. That would be sick. Resident Evil 0, I don't really care too much to play that game as a remake. I still would, obviously, but I would be much more hyped for a Code Veronica remake than Resident Evil 0 remake. 0 is like one of my least favorite games in the series. Maybe, nah, there's worse games. Very much so worse games. Like the Survivor games are not very great. But at least they're entertaining. It's like the voice acting. If you haven't played Resident Evil Survivor, the voice acting is really bad. It's like comically bad. And Resident Evil games are kind of known for that. But Survivor specifically, it's like actually funny. Some of the bad dialogue in the old Resident Evil games is, you know, it's like bad or whatever, but it's not like, I don't know, it's not like super immersion breaking, whereas in Survivor I think it's just the worst in the series, probably. I think that's a fair assessment. Might have the worst voice acting in the series. That or 1.
굳이
나는 오르칼림의 명을 여긴 아무나 들어갈 수 있는.
아니, 우린
그렇다 해도
자격.
그래. 나를 쓸.
In fact, honestly, Resident Evil 2 had decent voice acting. It's just 1 is just the worst. Resident Evil 1 had notoriously bad voice acting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I didn't even have to do all that. I could have just kept shooting her. It's okay. We're through it now. I took 1 random stray bullet. That's why we took a hit on Quiel. We're almost at Matrix.
알파 네이티브를 처치한 너와 겨룰 수 있어 영.
이제
Anywho, that was a lot of ranting about Resident Evil and
그렇다.
stuff.
알테스 레보아는 오래전부터
We're now into Altess. And for anybody just tuning in, my goal today is to practice Matrix like a few times. I want to run through Matrix like 3 times at least. So once I get there, I'll create a save file. And we'll just, you know, run it back a few times. But yeah, Agatoki, I would love to play Rebirth tomorrow. It's been how long since I played Rebirth? At least a month. At least a month. And we were just getting to, like, you know, the meat of the story, really. Like, we're about to get back into the open world. So I would love to get... You know why I really would love to do that? Because as soon as I get back to the open world, I could actually play Final Fantasy VII offline. Like, off-stream a little bit. And do some side quests. Because where I'm at right now, I can't. Because we're on the ship. I almost said we're on the SS Anne, but it's not the SS Anne. That's Pokemon First Generation. I forget what the ship is called, but anyway, we're on our way to Costa del Sol. And once we get there, I'm sure we can fast travel again, so then I could actually go back and explore,
나도 그래.
you know, and actually do some side quests. Because I would like to do that. Even appreciating the Korean dub in games more because of Stellar Blade. Whether it's an option in-game, you switch to Korean to hear if the dub is good, and it's a good experience overall. Nice, that's awesome to hear, Blankets. Yeah, I like dubs. It really depends on the game for me. Like, oh my goodness, I wonder if Silent Hill F is going to have an English dub. I gotta say, anybody looking forward to playing Silent Hill F, don't play that game in English dub if there's one available. Don't do that. That is a game we are 100,000% playing in Japanese. Because, like, how couldn't you? If the game takes place in Japan and you're a Japanese character, you know? It'd be kind of like playing, you know, like Fatal Frame games. You've always played those in Japanese, you know? Or like Siren. In fact, I'm not even sure if those games have English dubs. But they might. I don't know. I have no idea. Whoa, did you see that? It kind of auto-aimed. That was interesting. It auto-aimed as the body bag was falling. I have also never seen that. Wow, we've had 2 weird auto-aim things happen today. That's not true. This was the weird auto-aim thing. The thing that happened weird earlier was with my lock-on. It was a weird lock-on thing that I had happen in the ambush section that was kind of screwing me up. By the way, I am playing on the newest patch. This is on patch 1.3.1. So this is the latest and greatest. Bam, bam. Okie doke. Oh, I almost forgot. I never put on the... Whoops. There's 2 enemies. I never put on the Eagle Eye. Why didn't I do... I never put on the double edge gear either. Oh, I'm forgetting to do everything. Can't have that happening. Can't be making those mistakes in a real run. Alright, so... Eagle Eye. And double edge gear. And shield destruction. Wait, did I not buy the double edge gear? I didn't buy it? Why didn't I buy it? Oh my goodness, that's not good. I tell you, I take 1 week off again. It sucks because I'm barely playing this game these days. But man, I take a week off after taking a week off, and now I just like forget everything. That's okay. I can go buy it from Kaya in a sec. But it's gonna make Maelstrom a little bit more awkward. Because I kinda rely on that damage. Triangle, circle, X, square. Kinda need that damage. At least you've got the eagle eye to carry us.
이 제너레이터에서 퓨전 셀이 감지되고 있어. 꺼낼 방법을 찾아보자.
It's okay. What matters is that I recognize my mistake before Matrix. And these enemies are still getting one shot, so that's good. I wonder, does this skip still work? I think it does, I just botched it. Let's climb up again. Actually, what I should really check is, does this skip still work over here on this side? One... Yeah, it still works, okay. Latest patch, it still works, that's cool. I will test the other one in a sec. Or maybe not. Nah, I will test it. I'll test it in a sec. I'll just kill all the enemies. Because what I would normally do is just drop down, but I'll kill everything. Okay, here we go. Damn, they really give you a ton of guys to shoot up here. Crazy how much you can just skip. Okay, so 1, 2. I actually tried to go from railing to railing. Why'd I do that? Whatever. So now that we're down here, that skip is kind of outdated anyway. There's no point in really doing it anymore because the other one is just easier and faster. So you're like taking more risk to lose time. I think we're just about lined up. This looks like an energy drink, doesn't it? Whatever this is would make such a good like collector's edition prop to buy. Like if they made a replica version of that, I would love that. A fusion cell? Oh my gosh, if a fusion cell is a lava lamp. I feel like that's a good idea. Although I've never had a lava lamp. I never did as a kid. I always thought they were looks cool. I thought lava lamp looks cool. You know what's funny? I know we've talked about this on stream, but I thought lava lamps looked cool because you would always see, like on sitcoms or like Disney Channel shows, the boys always had a lava lamp in their room. It was like a requirement of like a cool boys' room. They had a lava lamp, you know? But I never had one as a kid. Stellar Blade X Cross Monster Natiba Edition. Yeah, if they made a monster, dude, if that happened, I would buy Monster Energy. And I've never had energy drinks in my life, but I would buy a monster, and I wouldn't drink it. I would just leave it sealed, just to have it. Because if it was like Stellar Blade branded, I would 100% do that. I think monsters are expensive though, aren't they? Aren't they like $10 or something? Something ridiculous. It's crazy too because like the people that rely on energy drinks, once you've got someone hooked, you can kind of charge whatever, right? I like, at least that's the impression I feel like that I have. Because like once you build dependency, you can exploit, right? That's like how businesses screw you. Like Starbucks, for example, really expensive coffee. Just because of, they know they can because of dependencies, right? So... Oh my gosh, I got hit. I forgot that guy was there. I forgot. I should have known he was there. I know the order. Oh well. 2 hits? Oh my goodness. Three hits? Thought that guy was dead too.
무사해서 다행이야.
Alright, pretty. Wow. What is typically... Let me add my 3 hits. 1, 2, 3. Okay. What is typically... We're not done with Maelstrom yet. What is typically a very easy section, Altess?
엘리베이터가
Oh,
작동될
we've taken some damage. We have taken some damage today. Of course, I'm going to wipe these numbers and just start over once we get to Matrix, because that's the main focus today. It'd be raspberry flavored? You think so? Why raspberry?
이곳에도
I feel like it'd be some kind of... I feel like it'd be some kind of like apple, like a green... What do you associate with green? Green apples, right? I mean... Unless it's some kind of minty flavored thing. That would also kind of make sense. But green is kind of the Stellar Blade color, in my opinion. And then again, I guess because I associate Stellar Blade with Eve's default costume, you know? Then again, I've also got this huge cutout in my room. So I see the green all the time.
침식이 진행되고 있어.
Old, reliable, instant coffee at home for you. Yeah, I know that there's, I couldn't tell you anything. I could not tell you the first thing about coffee. Although I do watch, I like watching,
있을 거야.
like, people make coffee sometimes. But I don't drink coffee. Which is kind of crazy because I'm Colombian and Italian. So those are like super coffee people. Like Italians and Colombians are very proud of their coffee. So, yeah, but I'm not a coffee drinker. Never have been, never will be. But I do like coffee smell. And flavor. I love me some coffee flavored ice cream.
어서 여길
Really,
빠져나가자.
really good. Or just like coffee flavored, I think what... There's like, I had an M&M flavor once that was like coffee nuts. It was delicious. It was like the best M&M ever. And I love all those, the nut flavored M&Ms. Like with actual nuts in them, like peanut, almond, all those. But there was also like a coffee nut one. I don't know if they still make it, I'm sure they do. But that thing was amazing. It's like the exact perfect M&M for me. I wonder if that thing had caffeine in it. It'd be kind of funny if it did. I don't think so. I need one more. Okay. Do I have ammo nations? Now I do. All right. Let's go kill the boss. Raspberry for Maelstrom. I feel like the can should be green. That's why I would think that it should be a green kind of flavored thing. I mean, hell, Monster's already green, right? So it's kind of perfect for Stellar Blade. What the hell? Why is it not shooting? You guys see this? You know, I have heard of that bug happening, and it had never happened to me until now. Crazy. That was really weird. Not once, but yeah, I was mashing R2. It was not shooting more. It was not shooting anymore until I exited aim down sights and then went back and then it was working again. But that's weird, huh?
하이퍼드라이브야.
I swear I thought that they like fixed all the bugs, but I guess not. And you know what's weird is that that doesn't even happen to me. That's never happened to me until now, and it's never happened on previous versions. But I've definitely heard of someone in chat at some point mentioned it, or like I might have been in a YouTube comment where it was like, oh, I was aiming and then I couldn't shoot anymore. Then I've experienced it firsthand. It'd be kind of weird though if the earliest patch 1.1.0 was somehow more stable in some ways, because it's like the newest patches should just be better. They should be. They've refined it more. What time does the Yankees game start? It starts at 7:15. Okay. Let me check who's starting while we're in this dialogue. I've been kind of down on Yankees baseball recently because it's been a tough watch. Max Fried is starting though, my boy. He's been struggling recently. Max Fried, who has been golden, he was absolutely golden the first half. Rather, up until the All-Star break. And then since then, he's just had like kind of mediocre starts. So that's been a little bit disheartening. I still believe in him though. So I will definitely check out. I'll rewatch his start after my stream.
전쟁 전에 또 한 번의 대규모전 콜로니에선 듣지 못한 아담은 어떻게 생각해?
인류의 역사는 전쟁.
Or maybe I'll watch like the last half of the game. We'll see. We'll see how long we go for tonight.
테트라
그래, 기다리고 있을게.
But I'm not planning to finish the playthrough because I just want to do Matrix. So like I'd rather do an extra run through of Matrix than go and do Spire. I really want to get a bunch of Matrix practice in. Because there's like specific sections that I just want to stop getting hit on. Like the one I'm thinking of immediately is the one where there's two mites. It's the one before the first fusion cell. There's a room with... No, there's 3 mites. And I want to just actually practice shooting them down from up top. Because I don't even know if it's possible. And if it's not possible, I want to figure out the safest way to kill those guys. Because they attack so fast. And like, you know, the startup on their attacks is so fast. It's like hard to even react to. So... I'd rather just avoid them. Oh, let's grab my double-edged gear before I forget. Slipknot. Okay, so Kaya. Somehow earlier I forgot to buy it. The most critical gear in the whole game, the double-edged gear. Did I upgrade my rush? I think I did.
카야,
Shop. Okay, now we're golden.
가볼게.
We have damage. Perfect. By the way, thank you guys again for tuning in. I feel not good about how little I've been streaming, but it's out of my control. I just have to kind of roll with the punches, you know? But we're through the worst of it, I think. I hope. And by the end of sometime in September, here's this. Here's actual great news. By the time that Silent Hill F comes out, 100%, there should be no more chaos happening at home. And I should be able to stream as much as I can, like as much as I want. So, yeah, that's good at least. At least Silent Hill won't get, you know, hampered. Our experience will not get hampered. But until then, just a day-to-day thing. So I want to stream Final Fantasy tomorrow. And then, to be honest, again, the entire week I may be unable to stream. It's so brutal, dude. Like, taking 5 days off, I don't want to do that. You know, can you imagine? Like, imagine if you're, like, on a gym routine and you just have a 5-day off break every single week. That is not going to build any momentum. Oh, by the way, today, let me talk about this. I did upload another recap video today. But this time, because I felt like the recap itself would have been really boring, I just made it advice. And I didn't even mention, like, oh, let's talk about what happened on stream, because I do that every time. But sometimes I feel like it's not even necessary. So, like, and the reason I feel like it's not necessary is because I always put the title of, like, what it is in the first, like, 10 seconds. You know, it's essentially my journey as a small streamer. And then the title in the text title always says, like, it's a recap. But the thing is, if there's not much to talk about with the actual stream recap, and if I don't really have, like, anybody to, you know, like, thank or whatever, because actually, did I have anybody? Oh my gosh, I wonder. I forgot to check. No, I didn't. Okay, cool. If I haven't got anybody to thank, or if there was nothing, like, significant that happened, I'd rather just do advice type stuff, or kind of more general like more general discussion topics around streaming as a whole instead of just what happened on my stream, because that is part of the journey as well. And in a way, it's still a recap because it could be something that I learned that week. So yeah, today's advice was about audio and just listening to your stream and watching it, because I couldn't talk about it too much, but now that we're here, let's talk about it some more. I'll talk about it once we get to Matrix, but I'll talk more about like why you should watch your own stream or absorb your own content. Pieces of advice are always appreciated. Once you make it big, you already have advice ready to give to small streamers in the future. Yeah, I mean, I feel like just being a small streamer and then like getting any kind of traction or success could help inspire other small streamers to continue or not give up, right? That's the goal. Which is why, and I've also preached before about consistency. I'm just like, even if you can only stream for like 2 to 3 hours, just do it anyway. It's better than not streaming. But I have not even been doing that because it's seriously like, this week we've had people working here in our kitchen until 9, one time until like 9:30 or 10 p.m. I couldn't believe how late it was. So obnoxious, but at that hour I can't, I'm just not gonna stream because I also have like people sleeping near me that I can't be streaming that late, you know, generally. Or I don't like to. I will sometimes, you know, just keep it down. I'm already not really a loud person, like I'm not yelling or whatever, but still, you can hear me talking. So I don't like being I don't like streaming too late, and I don't want to screw up my sleep schedule more anyway. I got up early today. I'm trying to keep it that way, so I don't like doing late night streams. And yeah, I'm trying to be courteous as well. I'm trying to be courteous in a household where there's like no sound courtesy. Okay, but anyway, we're gonna talk more about that advice stuff once we get into Matrix. Use my weapon core. And just buy ammo, that's it. That's all I need. Because I do want to save up for overdrive. Yeah, we'll just save up for overdrive. Okay, Matrix time. Yes, Adam. Yes.
준비는 끝났어. 드디어 알파 시그널 계측기의 성능을 시작.
그래, 기대 성차. 그럼 매트릭스 11으로 안내할게.
Okay, so I'll make my timestamp right about here. And then as we fade in, I'll change topics. So it'll be a seamless transition. You wouldn't even know. If you just tuned in and dropped into that timestamp, you'd think, oh, cool. I get to hear the whole conversation. Or I don't know. Okay, we are here. Welcome to Matrix 11. So, I was holding this topic for specifically here for anybody who jumped here to the timestamp, or at least that way I can, if in case I wanted to clip this. I'm going to talk more about the advice that I gave earlier in my stream recap, day 42. The advice I gave was to watch your own stream and listen to your own stream on multiple devices. I was giving that advice specifically because I feel like it's important to remember. First of all, with YouTube Analytics, you can check to see how most people watch your videos or watch your streams. I can see that majority of people watch on TV or on mobile, but still majority on mobile. So if you've never listened to your own stream on a phone, like on phone speakers, you know, that is valuable information. Because you want to tune your stream as best as possible to how most of your audience absorbs your stream. But also, not only for the audio, but also, I think there's a lot of value in watching your own stream. And I used to do this, I still do sometimes, but I used to do it a lot more in the past, where, let's test something real quick. I've never tested this. Okay, I don't know if that's been fixed. Maybe it has been fixed. But you can't skip that cutscene on earlier patches. On earlier patches for sure. Anyway, you want to watch your own stream just to have, like, with a critical eye and ear sometimes, just to see, is your stream something that you would watch? if you're watching it like that, like if you put your own stream on and you're like, oh, this is boring, like what the hell? Why would you expect anybody else to watch it, you know? So that's why I think it's really important to hammer down having good audio, because if you tune into a stream and if you aren't sure what good audio sounds like, just go watch like a streamer that has a lot of viewers, because generally they're gonna have good audio. Usually their stuff is dialed in to that point. Like if it's a big streamer, they should have good audio, generally, pretty much always. So if you go like just tune into like Maximilian Dude or whatever,
잠깐 쉬었다 가자.
you can go hear what a good audio balance sounds like. And it is so important to have a good audio balance because number one, you want to be nice and loud and audible, but then you want your game to be audible too. If your game is too quiet, it's not a good viewing experience. It's just, it's awful. Like just try to go find a stream where the game is way too quiet and the streamer is super loud. It's not a great watching experience, right? So you want to have some balance. And if the game is too quiet, first of all, it's better to be slightly too loud. I'm talking about your mic. It's better for you to be slightly too loud than too quiet, because if people are struggling to listen to you, that is worse than having, you know, low game audio. Ideally, you want to have everything sorted, but if the game is too quiet, the issue with that is that if you're not talking, even for like a minute because you're, whatever, gathering your thoughts, or like you're having a drink or having a snack, at the very least, someone just tuning in at that point in time, they can listen to the game audio. And the thing with streaming as well is that, like, this is just the nature of streaming. If someone tunes in at any given time, they could be tuning, like, you could be, like, super funny for a whole hour, or doing all sorts of impressive gameplay for, like, 2 hours, and then you reach a slow point in the stream, and now it's a kind of a little boring section, right? That's just the nature of streaming. And so the more things that you have that are kind of dialed in, like good audio, good, you know, audio balance, at least if someone tunes in during a boring section, it's still watchable. But if the game is quiet and they tune in, they're just gonna tune out like right away. I forgot where I read this, but like I fully believe that audio is the single most important thing. Because I mean, I believe that anyway. Like when I tune into a stream, if the audio is bad, I don't care. You know, meanwhile, if they have an incredible webcam, that doesn't really do anything extra for me, you know? So like, I think it's much more important to spend, you know, money on like better audio than like a slightly better capture card or a slightly better webcam. Those things are so secondary in my opinion. Like in fact, I didn't even really need the capture card that I have now. I could have easily just kept streaming with the cheap one that I started with originally, but I'm like, you know, I love this game. I wanted the best possible representation of Stellar Blade. So that's why I really cared about having like the best possible display of the graphics and stuff or whatever, right? So that's why I spent the money on a nice capture card. But that's so secondary to just having a good microphone and good audio balance. So secondary. I mean, think about how many streamers don't even have webcams, right? I can't believe I took a hit there. That's so obnoxious. I took a hit. Okay.
생각보다 고전했네. 다친 데는 없어?
That's okay, though. We're gonna run through this again very soon. Oh my gosh, I forgot to make my save. No! Damn it. Hold on, how far back does it go? Please tell me there's at least a little bit. 5 minutes? Okay, that's something. Thank goodness. That's gonna put me at the cutscene, I think. Oh my gosh, it's at the beginning. Thank goodness. Okay, so we're good. We're fine. Everything's fine. I almost forgot. Import save state. Okay, let's rename this one. It's gonna be Matrix Practice. So Matrix Practice. There we go. That was really close. Okay, for anyone just tuning in, the whole point of today's stream was that I wanted to practice Matrix Hitless specifically. I want to practice Matrix. I'm going to run through Matrix like 4 times today. Okay, excellent. Everything's still kind of intact. It's like we didn't even start it. Thank goodness. I'm glad I noticed when I did notice. Yeah, even these boards are still up. Okay, we're good. We're fine.
저쪽 문은 열어놓는 게 어때? 무슨 영원의 시체인가?
And there's the cutscene. Everything is intact. Okay, cool.
무슨
Agatoki, you agree that good audio is really important. You usually listen to the stream while you're doing other things. Like right now you're doing dishes. Exactly, that's the other thing. Streams are such good background noise, right? I do this too. When I was working especially, I always liked having some kind of stream. If there wasn't a baseball game, typically when I was at work, I would be listening to a baseball game. And if there was no baseball game, I'd be listening to a stream or some kind of like long video. Just to like not be bored at work, you know? I feel like this is super common. And so again, your audio is so important because if someone is treating your stream like a podcast, then the hell does your webcam matter, you know? And if you want to get into streaming, I'm telling you, dude, just get a cheap capture card if you're playing on console. If you're playing on PC, it doesn't matter. You don't need a capture card. But just get a cheap capture card. They're like 25 bucks. Generic ones, they're pretty good, like a 1080p one. And then just, you know, you don't even need a webcam. If you want to get a webcam, get the cheapest one you can get. I'm telling you, get like a $40 Logitech C920. The software sucks, but at least it's like decent looking. That's what I was using for a while. For the first year, that's what I was using. I was using a Logitech C920. And then just, you know, the microphone that you have, you can probably tune it to sound pretty good. Whether that means equalizing it, messing with the, like maybe you can get a low cut filter in there to get some background noise out. Whatever, you can make your audio setup better. That's what you should spend the most effort on. And then I think you're on your way to success. Or at least to having like a good, you know, enjoyable stream. I need this last guy to get into focus. Perfect. Okay, that was very good. Yeah, so you can just jump on top of that banister and totally hit all those guys. That's nice. Now, I'm going to take this next room like how I would normally do it. I feel like if I hesitate too much, it becomes awkward. And I don't want an awkward room. In fact, in a typical speedrun, I never even take damage here. So let's do it the normal way. I would normally go and assault kill this guy. Because then the other guy explodes immediately. Shoot this guy. Aw, man. We took one hit, that's okay. And that was totally my fault. By the way, let's quickly reset. Is there still an enemy? Oh my gosh, there's one more. Alright, so again, this is a good room to practice, to be honest. But I'm gonna reset all this, and I want to go to specifically Stalker. This is where we're at. So now we're at one hit. I'm going to start keeping count of just my Matrix hits. And I'm just going to run through all of it, you know, up to the final boss in Matrix, and I'm going to reset and redo Matrix. I want to do it like 4 times today. 4 or 5 times. I'm telling you, like until the end of the stream, that's all we're doing. So I hope you like Matrix, and I hope you like the music here, because this is what I'm practicing today. Might get a little bit... I don't know if it'll get boring to watch, but you're going to see me improve. That's for sure. Like every time, we will, you know, pick up a little, like, oh, I can do that bit. I can do that better next attempt. And then the bosses, you know, actually just practicing the bosses. If we do this 4 times, 3 bosses, so we're going to do 12 boss fights. Just doing that is also good reps. The repetition is good. However, with Stellar Blade, learning bosses and parry timings in general, most of the learning is done while you're not playing. I'm 100% serious. Most of your learning is while you're not playing. The same is true for a lot of things, but when you're trying to like absorb or like take in a lot of new information, in this case, timings. Or if you're playing like whatever game you're playing, if you're trying to improve something, sometimes it can be overwhelming when you're overloading your brain with like all new information. But then if you just get a few reps in and then take a day off, or even take like an hour off and come back, you will see that like, oh, I understand this better now. Like it just makes more sense. This is very true for fighting games. Fighting games are super like that. And I keep thinking about fighting games because I've been playing so much Tekken 8 recently. But, you know, especially just like, I remember like when I was learning to play Street Fighter 4, you know, there were so many things that were like so hard when I was starting, but then like, just practice them a little bit each day, and then they become second nature. They just actually become second nature. It's so cool how the brain works. You know, you take in a bunch of new information, let it gestate for a bit, let it sit for like a day, 2 days, come back. And then during that rest period, you're just learning. What's really happening is that you're wiring the muscle memory. That happens during your sleep. Or while you're away from the game. Which is why it's not really productive to practice too much. Like if you're playing Stellar Blade or like any kind of Souls game, like Sekiro, I think this applies to as well, or like Eliza P. If you are trying to practice a boss and perfect a boss, it doesn't get, after a certain point, it's not really productive anymore. So there's super diminishing returns of practice for like after the first like half hour. The next hour isn't really going to be helping you too much. What you need to do is just take a break. And then when you come back, the timings will be more second nature once it's like hardwired into your brain. So yeah. Hello Mario, thank you for tuning in. You like Matrix? Has your favorite boss? Has a lot of our favorite bosses, huh? I mean, okay, the boss lineup is great in Matrix, right? We've got Stalker, the most nostalgic. Juggernaut's kind of a hit or miss boss, but he does have a cool kill animation. But I think Stalker, very nostalgic, and then of course the final boss in Matrix is one of the best in the game. One of the best in the game, dude. And you know, I really doubt anybody watching hasn't beaten this game, but just in case, that's why I don't want to spoil what the final boss in Matrix 11 is until we get there. Just in case. I mean, it's possible. I guess it's within the realm of possibility that someone watching me right now is still in Matrix themselves. You know? But I think it's very unlikely, to be honest. Excuse me, coming through. Oh, I shouldn't have used my rush there. That was silly. Now I can't use it here. I have my gun ready to go. Alright, Stalker. Fight him normally. One, two, three, and 4. Oh, I don't have repulse yet, do I? Yeah, I don't have repulse, but that's okay. I don't really need it. If he does a repulse, I can just shoot him if I'm nervous. However, it would kill him faster, so I should get repulse. Let me do that next time. I should just get repulse, to be honest. That was a silly hit. I should have gone for the aerial chain. Aerial beta chain. And I was thinking about it too. So that's 2 hits on Stalker. 1 hit on the boss, 1 hit on the way here. Okay, for next time. You know what else is really fun about practicing Matrix is that it's the shortest section, it's the shortest segment in the game. Even Eidos is longer. Because, you know, at this stage is when you're starting to get overpowered, because like I got overdrive now. And you know, you've got your shotgun, so like you're pretty freaking powerful at this stage in the game. And then the Matrix 11 itself is not too long. So in the speedrun, it's by far the shortest section. At least as far as the big sections go. Like, yeah, of course, Altess is shorter, but like that's not really, I wouldn't count that as a whole segment. To me, it's just 807, Matrix 11, Spire 4, that's it. And then the final boss gauntlet, but yeah, let's buy some ammo nations. Okay. Get my explosive rounds. Oh, I should have... Whoops, I did that in the wrong order. Now I buy ammo again. Right. So, overdrive. And I will get repulse because Juggernaut can do it. But I'd rather not mess with that. But first I'll get overdrive. And I want damage more than anything. So I've got 1 to spare, actually. Okay. Why is it not exiting training? Oh, you have to hold down start? Oh, I didn't realize that. I had never actually tried that. I was trying to hold down L2 and mash start. But you have to hold down start and then press L2. You can mash it if you want. I'll get... Yeah, nah. Honestly, I think I save up for my rush chain. No, I don't even need that for this section. I'll just get more parry energy. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Hey, do you guys remember last time when I learned the new Matrix 11 skip? I don't know if it works on the new patch. Let's try it. I don't think it does. But I'm playing at 120 FPS right now, so I can try it.
갈 수 있는 길은 왼쪽과 저 사다리. 일단 통로부터 살펴볼까?
Oh my gosh, even there I was mashing circle. Okay, anyway. Let's see, does this work on the new patch? Oh wait, no, I don't air dash. My whole tech is that I don't air dash, right? I forgot. I forgot my own strategy. Pretty sure this does not work. Nah, it feels like it doesn't work. I'll do this like 2 more times. It's out of curiosity. I'm like 99% certain this does not work anymore. Yeah, okay, let's just move on. Now for this room, I think it's best to just spend your resources, so I'll start with Blaster Cell. Then I'm gonna want to run in there and kill these 3. Okay, pretty chill. So yeah, you can safely shoot down the first guy, no issues, and it won't trigger the other enemies from dropping in, like, or from spawning. The wall guy does not break through the wall, so the Kool-Aid Man does not break through until you actually walk past him. But once you start walking into the area, like right around here, that's when these 3 will drop in. So, yeah. Now for these guys, I should just shoot them from far away. Or I can even backstab them if I want to. Nah, I'll backstab one, I suppose. Never mind, just shoot them. This is so silly. You know what I should have done? Why didn't I just do aerial kill on one and then shoot the other one? I think I would have enough time. I guess that can be dangerous if they're right next to each other. Because the thing is, like I mentioned previously, when you're coming out of an assassination, whether it's a backstab or an aerial kill, you're not invulnerable, so you can get hit. So if the cricket slashers were right next to each other, just coming out of my animation, he could have attacked me, the other one. So it's slightly unnecessary risk, but at the same time, just going down there and shooting them, I don't know. Because the thing is, I don't want to waste my ammo either. I am coming up to an ammo chest though, so I guess that's fine. After we open up the door with the fusion cell, we get an ammo chest for free. Which is great. Plus I'm spending ammo right here. I'll backstab this guy. Just for safety. Alright, perfect. Again, these dudes have eyes in the back of their heads, so... So you always want to make sure you're... Like, they're definitely walking in a straight line away from you. And I get to grab the burst trance, which is cool. Alright. 2 more enemies up here. Honestly, I could have saved the shotgun ammo on one of them. I could have just shot one and saved one shell. Not a big deal. But kind of a big deal because not even. The reason I say it's kind of a big deal is because when we get to the elevator, you know, unless you remember to buy ammo, you can kind of run low on ammo and not have enough ammo to shoot down the hive when you're going down the elevator before Juggernaut, so I try to be a little bit mindful of my ammo. Hey Alex Nunn, thank you for tuning in. Just realized I called that dude Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah, the guy that breaks through the wall. I think it's an appropriate nickname. And you know, I forget what the actual enemy name is. I forget all the time. What are they called? Hold on, let me see. Since you mentioned it, let me see. What are they called? I'm going to continue calling him Kool-Aid Man. But those guys are Skull Trooper, Skull Fighter, and then Skull Gunner. So they're just Trooper, Fighter, Gunner. Okay. So they're the skulls. You know, the skulls kind of sounds like a... It sounds like a gang, like the Tunnel Snakes from Fallout 3. The skulls. What does that sound like? It sounds like a band, potentially. But thank you for tuning in. Yeah, that guy's forever Kool-Aid Man. Call them clone troopers, they all look the same. I posted a funny meme of, speaking of stormtroopers, I posted a meme in the memes channel recently of just the clone trooper, or like a stormtrooper, unable to scan an item at self-checkout because they have bad aim. I thought it was hilarious. If you're not in our Discord, join the Discord. It's free to join. Why is my nose so itchy right now, dude? Alright, anyway, relax. Composure, composure. I wonder what happened with Tekken. After my favorite players got eliminated, I just stopped caring. But, you know, I'll go back and watch the rest of the top 8 later. It wasn't a priority anymore. And just in case there's any Tekken fans, I'm not even gonna spoil the results. That is how conscious I am of spoilers. It's just like a tournament that you might not even ever watch, or you might not even care about Tekken. But just in case anybody's listening, and just in case you wanted to catch up on the games from the EWC later, I will not discuss them. And the Discord is safe for work, yes. Yeah, the Discord, there's always a link in my description to join the Discord. It's a safe for work Stellar Blade focused Discord. And it's, you know, it's a Discord to follow me mostly, because I post like my own channel updates in there. But then there's just a community around that of, you know, Stellar Blade folks. That was unnecessarily clutch. I forgot, I'm not even joking. It's so bad how little I play this game these days. I forgot that enemy ambushes you. I just needed to turn around and shoot him, but it's okay. We didn't take a hit, so that's all good. It's all good. But I should never even let that guy become a gunner. You know, let me grab my snack. During this next cutscene, I'll have my snack. Because we've been live for a little bit over 2 hours, so yeah, I'm hungry. I gotta check how long it's been since I've last eaten to realize, like, oh yeah, no, I am hungry.
있을 때 꽤나 오래 방치된 것 같아.
Does my parry finger hurt playing this game so much? Yours is killing you? Does it hurt? Good question. No. However, what controller are you playing on? Are you playing on a DualSense? Because the DualSense, I feel like it has such a soft L1. It's not really like, it's not it's not fatiguing in my opinion. Hang on, let me grab my snack.
이곳에 남은 기억들만이라도 마더 스피어로 보내주고 싶어.
내가 도울게.
저도. 모두 고마워.
Oh, you do play on a DualSense? Yeah. Maybe you do press a little bit harder. I don't know. In general, I'm really soft on like peripherals. Especially because, you know, I'm playing on a freaking DualSense Edge, which is an expensive controller. So I try to be extra wary of it. But like even on my normal DualSense, I'm never really like pressing the buttons too hard. I don't really feel any fatigue. Good question though.
그건 뭐 하는 물건이야?
However, on other controllers, I could definitely see feeling maybe more fatigue. At least on something like a... Actually, that's not even true. Never mind. I was going to say on an Xbox controller because it's not as soft as this. However, Xbox controller is really nice and there's a really short travel and it's like more clicky. So with something like that, I feel like it lends itself better to knowing exactly once you've actuated the button, which would, you know, make it less likely that you're going to be pressing it too hard. So I guess I could kind of understand, I could empathize with kind of mashing like DualSense shoulder buttons because they are kind of mushy compared to like an Xbox shoulder button. Because like the bumpers are, you know, really there's like no, you know, they're membrane buttons, right? And then there's no like click to them. So but I don't know. I guess I've also played this game a lot, so I have a very like a good feel for like when I have to press the button. So that's why I don't really mash it. Okay, so here's what I was saving my ammo for. I wanted at least just a few slug and, you know, some explosives and then the shotgun. Shotgun. Oh, actually, I'll spend this as well. And perfect. Oh no way, are you spawned in anyway? It's okay. That enemy's a little bit weird. They will not die until the sculling back there explodes. So as you can see, it had 0 health, but it has to wait for the sculling to die before it can despawn itself. It's kind of weird in that sense. Because it's got like some built-in immortality, you know? Damn, I've gotten enough materials for this. Hell yeah, let's go. Okay, I've got 1, almost 2. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna dodge some stuff, so let's grab this. It'll be good for Juggernaut. And it'll be decent for the final boss in Matrix as well.
저기 앞에.
Alpha Eidos says, shush. You're gonna wake him. Like, wouldn't it be funny if you could just walk past Juggernaut? He never wakes up from his nap, so you just walk past him. There's nothing blocking. Like, the stairs are right there. I could just go up the stairs, you know? That was really good. Alright, pretty chill. Juggernaut's pretty chill in general. I don't like that I got hit by his phase transition, but the phase transitions don't deal damage, so it doesn't really matter. But ideally I would dodge them too. Obviously you could just walk away from it. You don't have to be in his face when he does that. What is my hope for the sequel? Good question. I actually have a whole video about that. It's called My Stellar Blade 2 Wishlist. If you are curious, I talk about stuff for like 15 minutes. Maybe like 10 minutes. I think that video is like 13 minutes long. But it's just going over my wish list. But in general, you know, I'm hoping for, just to answer your question like kind of shallow, like in a shallow way right now. In general, I would love a sort of prequel type game, and more than anything, just quality of life stuff. I would love another game that's just like this, with just like improvements. Maybe a little bit more depth to the combat, and you know, 2 playable characters. I would love that. That'd make me so happy, and then they could call it Stellar Blades. I believe it was Blankets. I'm pretty sure Blankets, it was their idea. Originally, the first person who I heard say Stellar Blades for the sequel name. But yeah. And also, reworking Talkie mode. That's actually something I don't really talk about in that video. But I don't like how Talkie mode doesn't really incentivize you to really use it. Because it starts off with everything kind of unlocked. But it's not very powerful. And just like the impression that someone would have of Talkie mode just, you know, playing through the game once is, and even my first impression was that like, oh, I forget that I have it, you know? I forget that I have Talkie mode and it doesn't feel very strong, so it doesn't really feel rewarding to use. So if there was some kind of Talkie mode type thing, I would like it if it had its own, just a different kind of skill tree than what it has in this game, where I've toyed with the idea of like, give Talkie mode its own set of experience, where you earn experience by using Talkie mode to then unlock stuff, and then make it stronger as a result. So make it actually super strong. Yeah. I feel like there's just so much more they could have done with Talkie mode. You know what else too? Oh my gosh, this is something that really actually bothers me. Let me rant about this for a sec. I really don't like how in Talkie mode, every single attack you do interrupts And so the whole game, right? The entire game. Also, thank you for tuning in to Catatonic Silent. The entire game, you're playing Stellar Blade. I almost said Silent Hill. You know, you're parrying bosses, and you know you're learning their patterns, blah blah blah. And you're used to like this kind of gameplay loop of like, you know, I attack, I interrupt an attack, now it's their turn, I do some parries, I do some dodging. But then Taki mode just throws that out the window because every attack, every like basic square and triangle attack you do interrupts them. So it makes it also not very fun to use in boss fights. Against enemies, that's great. But against, like in boss fights, I hate that. It's awful, you know? And I think it'd be cool to use Taki mode more against bosses, but it's just like, it's not, it doesn't feel good. Because I can't really do my regular attacks because it just interrupts them, which I don't want to do. I want them to be able to do their combos and like, you know, fit my attacks in between their combos like you do the entire game. So I really botched this room, didn't I? Let's kill this guy with my laser. Okay, now these enemies, I'm gonna wait until they finish their patrol again. I should have done this much faster, but as long as you backstab the enemy that's farther along, you'll get the invincibility frames in time for the enemy that's behind to notice you and explode. So like, right, just watch this. This should work perfectly. This should work perfectly. As long as this guy turns around. Okay, that's fine. They're kind of separated here, but it's okay. I'll just double backstab them. Typically they're closer together, but I just waited too long. So the point is, if you could imagine, oh shit. Luckily, I did not get hit. Luckily, or rather, what was I gonna say? Normally, those guys would be like here and here, so like bam and then bam. Viva la bam. And so as long as you backstab the one that's like, let's say there's a guy here and here. Backstab this guy, and then because they're close together, it's safe to just run up. Like, okay, you're here. By this stage, the guy on your right has already noticed you, but you're already in range to press triangle and backstab, and then you're invincible for like, you know, 2 or 3 seconds. And by that point, this guy over here has already exploded. He's already, because they self-destruct immediately. They're so eager to explode. They don't have a care for their life at all. They've got no families. So, yeah. That would be like, that's the speedrun way of doing it. At least it's safe anyway. I guess if you didn't care about getting hit at all, you could just try to dodge, but that's obviously harder. So, hey Distorted, thank you for tuning in. The scene is from Evil Within. I haven't played Evil Within. I always wanted to play those games, but I've never played them. I just feel like now they introduced Eve. I like her. I want to see more of her and her story. Weapon variety. Talking mode is odd. Feels barely worth it. Yeah, I think they could definitely do more with it. I personally, or you personally, like that. You like that most about talking mode. Helped you get through a lot of bosses your first time around. Oh, the constant interruptions. I mean, as far as like making it feel like an invincible, powerful mode, I mean, it makes sense to give your attacks interrupts, like all your attacks, but I don't know. I feel like that is so different from the gameplay that you have, you know, so it doesn't gel at all, in my opinion, with the regular gameplay. And as a result, like for me, talking mode is really just like, for the most part, it's just you go into talking mode and you just press L1 triangle, and you just do that attack over and over. Just L1 triangle. Psycho Crusher, Psycho Crusher, Psycho Crusher. That's it. Because like, since it sucks too, because like they also give you the cool follow-ups to parries and dodges, but it doesn't really feel like worth it because you're wasting time because it's constantly ticking down. So here's the other thing, is like your attacks interrupting the enemy attacks, even regular enemies, doesn't play well with all the cool abilities that Taki mode has, because Taki mode does have the same counter chain and, you know, chain reflection attacks that you get off of parries and dodges. But if you're interrupting them, then you don't even have like you'd have to purposely stop attacking because your attacks interrupt them. So I don't like that. It's really counterintuitive in my opinion. I think Taki mode should just be E with Taki sword, super fast weapon, speed parry with the wing for variety.
저건 알파 네이트.
I think it would have been cool, like in this game, it would have been cool for me if they just made it like different combos. And, you know, keep the different abilities. Like, I like her abilities and stuff, but like, just different combos would have been sick. It would have felt more like worth exploring just to see what all the combos are about. How are you? I'm doing alright, thanks for asking. You know, if I'm ever live, if I'm streaming, I'm having a good time. Turning on the stream is the best way to like turn a frown upside down, really. You know, if I'm live, I'm enjoying myself, so. 2, 3, 4, delay, and blink. You can dodge this, by the way. You just gotta look out for the wing. Look at the damage, oh my gosh. I can agree with that. That's exactly what you do too. L1 triangle, yeah. Now the Psycho Crusher is just it's the fastest and most consistent damage source. Like, and trust me, I know because, well, okay, there's two powerful things you can do with Taki mode. You can do the Psycho Crusher, which is the triangle ability. I forget what it's called, but it's a Psycho Crusher. It's literally M. Bison's Psycho Crusher. Or the other good damage source is exiting Taki mode. Once you've upgraded it, exiting Taki mode gives you a really good like chunk of damage. And I know this because we did a challenge run of using only Taki mode as our only damage source the entire playthrough. So we did a whole run where even for the mobs, I couldn't kill any enemy unless I was in Taki mode. So naturally we used Taki mode a lot, and thus we learned a lot about it. It was a very informational run. And it taught us a lot about stealth, which I was not expecting, but yeah, it was good for stealth. And that's it, she's dead. Okay, so that was a clean Taki. Now we do it again. Take 2. Yo, welcome to practice. So I'm gonna go ahead and use my save manager. I'm gonna reload Matrix Practice, load it. Now when I press continue, it'll put me at the beginning of Matrix. And this is why PC is awesome. This shit is sick. Okay, let's do it again. Oh, let me actually redo my, let me go back. Let's do it from right here. Okay, so we're back to Stalker. Okay. Starting over. So, my only hits were on Stalker? Oh. We can do better then. Yeah, let's get a no damage Matrix right now. In fact, just in case I do, I mean, I might. Let me actually do a recording. Just in case. That'd be awesome if I got it right now. First try, essentially. First try with the recording on. Okay.
잠깐만요. 맵 데이터를 재구축하고 있어요.
조심해. 오래돼서 여기저기가 약해져 있어. 길도 복잡하고. 저쪽 문은 열어놓는 게 어때? 무슨 영웅의 시체인가? 잠깐 이봐. 무슨 소리가?
You think they should make New Game Plus scale up bosses? They die way too fast when you upgrade your sword. I think that New Game Hard is a pretty good balance, even when you're like, well, you can make yourself very busted really easily. So, but if you don't make yourself busted, like if you're not playing with like, you know, a cool like, if you're not playing with a very thought out exospine and gear set, just like the damage upgrades on hard New Game Plus, I think is good for like the average person. I think what they should have is just a harder difficulty mode. There should be like a hard plus.
안전해 보이네. 잠깐 쉬었다 가자.
In fact, I wish,
우물에 눈이 멀어 뒤-
I would love it if they
실 안쪽도 뒤져보자.
tuned the game to feel like a new game hard run, but just make that a difficult. Okay, here's what I would love to see. So, you guys know I love new game runs, and my favorite way to play the game is on new game hard. But it'd be really cool if they made a difficulty mode where it felt like I want the bosses to last as long as they do on new game hard, but tuned for new game plus. That way I could play with all the abilities. Because I think it would be fun to play with like all the abilities. But I don't like New Game Plus because I'm too overpowered. And I guess I could balance it in a way where like I don't know, like maybe I don't like level up my like I just don't level up my sword at all and then get the abilities. And I could build my own difficulty like what I want. But it'd be cool if they supported it with an actual like, you know, developer created thought out game mode. I would love that. Might be a lot to ask though. Okay, that was good.
보다 고전했네. 다친 데는 없어?
Hey Embra, thank you for tuning in.
상자를 열어보자.
AR6U06. Hockey mode run is the complete opposite of speedruns. Yeah, it takes so long for it to come back. Yeah, it does. It does indeed. And you know why, Distorted? You know why I said that we learned so much about stealth? Because sometimes I was like, oh my goodness, I gotta charge it up again to kill this one enemy that's like blocking a door that like I gotta get through. But my desire to not have to charge up talking mode over and over led to me learning some stealth where I was able to avoid some stuff, which saved me some time as far as activating, like charging up the activation again. But yeah, it was a really good time. That was a super fun run. And it wasn't too long either. It took like 4 streams, I think. 3 or 4 streams. I can't remember. Hey Kaneki, good to see you again. Thank you for tuning in, man.
그런데 길이 끊겼어. 코어의 위치는 저 위쪽 길로
Or that, just make the game harder. I don't know, New Game Plus doesn't feel any harder if that makes sense.
저길 진짜 간다고?
Is that a Belial badge? That is a Belial badge. Yes, congratulations. That is a whole year of support. So, thank you for your service.
뛰면 끝이라고.
아직은 문제 없어.
I think the Belial badge is freaking sick. I love both the Belial and the Taki badges. They are so beautiful. And it makes me so happy seeing, oh gosh, I almost messed up that jump. It makes me so happy seeing like so many members already with a like having a full year of support from so many people is like crazy to me. But the next badge is for 2 years, which is a ways away, so I don't have to think about that for a while. But we haven't even figured out what that's gonna be.
괜찮아?
Might be Raven, to be honest, or it might be Man. I don't know. We'll see. Hell, maybe we'll get more information about the next Tyler Blade game, and we can like make a badge for a new character if there's a new character. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But at any rate, thank you for a year of service, or of your support.
가자. 곧 무너지겠어. 이분 이쪽이야. 진짜 뛰어.
And by the way, for anybody just tuning in, this is our second time running through Matrix. So the main thing I'm practicing today is Matrix 11. And, you know, our first run through, we only took 2 hits,
겪고 싶지 않은 일이었어.
right? Yeah. So hey, the only thing I messed up on was Stalker, so let's just not mess up Stalker. And in fact,
다 됐다니 나쁘지 않은 걸.
I already saved myself a hit because I took damage on just like some random like a random ass enemy before Stalker.
레퓨지.
The Stalker fight itself was fine. Although, you know what I didn't do again? I didn't grab Repulse. I could have grabbed that. It's okay. It's not a big deal. It would have been good to grab. I should have Repulse, to be honest. I should have Repulse already. Because I don't need... By the time that I unlock... Or, like in a normal speedrun, I would be saving up all my points for... My skill points for Overdrive, right? But we naturally just have more SP than a usual, like a speedrun, because we're taking the game slower. So I can afford to buy Repulse. And I'll still be able to get the stuff I want. Been catching up on FF7 Rebirth. Have I finished it yet? No, but you know what? I do plan to stream it tomorrow.
그 앞에 캠프도 있고. 좀 들르자.
I do plan to stream it tomorrow.
잠시만.
As long as freaking...
소리 들었어?
As long as my environment doesn't sabotage me. Because I've been... I don't know when the last time you were here, Kaneki, was, but this past week I wasn't able to stream because of all the construction noise happening here at home. So, usually Saturday and Sunday are the only like days that I have where it's like safe to stream because there's not like constant interruptions. That was a cool little hit confirm. I don't know if you guys caught that, but in the middle of an onslaught 2 there, I finished the combo. Because you do have some time. You have like a window to decide, do I want to do this combo or not, you know? One, two, three, 4, 5. No! There's our hit. Okay, let's keep going. There's 2 hits. Oh my gosh, now I botched it so we're the same thing as last time. I'm gonna finish it anyway. That was 3 total, right? I think it was 3. So now we're... Wait, was it 2? I think it was 2. Whatever, our first attempt through Matrix was 2 hits on Stalker and then the rest was perfect. So we're just the same thing as our last attempt. But I still really care about the reps, so I'm gonna still finish it out anyway. Just gonna finish it out. I'm not like going for a perfect Matrix. I mean, I am, but I just want the reps. I want the reps, that way when I am having like a good run where I had a perfect 807, perfect Altess, Matrix shouldn't be any stress. It should be second nature, you know? However, I can't stop the recording now because it doesn't matter anymore. Get that out of there. Okay, N72R5. So here I'm going to grab Overdrive and Repulse. You kind of think that New Game Plus bosses or hard difficulty bosses should have different combo strings or something. That's the other thing. If you master a boss's combos, yeah, I agree. Because I think so... Oh, sorry, just noticed your message, Ember. I think he wants New Game Plus hard difficulty with base Eve. That's not exactly what I said, but so I'll just recap again. Basically, what I would love to see is I would love New Game Hard scale, like a New Game Hard difficulty where, like, if you've played through New Game Hard, you know how long the boss fights last? I like that length for the boss fights. I want that length boss fight, but tuned for New Game Plus, where you have all of your abilities and stuff. Because I never really play on New Game Plus because it's really boring for me, because it's just like, you're too strong, it's so overpowered. But I would like to play more on the with the remixed enemies, because I think that part of New Game Plus is cool. I like how on New Game Plus there's remixed enemy spawns, and it's like still like unfamiliar to me because I rarely play on New Game Plus. It's so like rare to see me playing New Game Plus. Meanwhile, I've done New Game a bajillion times. So I would love to see that, where you can like enjoy the boss fights longer, but on New Game Plus And yes, I agree that it'd be super cool to have remixed boss combos. So like on this harder difficulty that I'm imagining, the bosses have new strings as well. Kind of like if you've played Sekiro, like, like every boss has not every boss, but some bosses after you beat the game, they have an inner version. It'd be cool to have like an inner version of all these bosses and just throw them together in a game mode. That'd be a good time. Like that would just be so badass. Can you imagine how much fun it'd be? This game is already very replayable, but how much more replayable would it be if the bosses had more variety on repeat playthroughs? That'd be sick. Like that'd make me so happy. So yeah. Grab my damage upgrade. Oh wait, I already did grab... Okay, I wanted my explosive shells. That's what I want, and then I'll buy ammo. Because we're going to need all the ammo for this next section. I'm gonna need a bunch of ammo. There's a mod that makes... Yeah, I know that there's a mod that adds health to everything. So... I mean, that would kind of accomplish what I want. So what I'm asking for is I would love to see a game mode supported by the developers so that everyone can enjoy it, not just PC people. Because even like the PC advantage of just like putting a mod it's not the same as like a developer tuning it to a New Game Plus experience, but that's like, harder. That would be awesome. I would love to see that. But yes, I know what mod you're talking about. Someone's posted it in our Discord. And, I was planning on checking it out at some point. And thank you to everybody who posts mods in our Discord, because otherwise, I'm not out here searching for mods, but all the mods that we've played on stream have been thanks to your guys, submitting them in Agatoki especially. Agatoki does a lot of work throwing those mods out there. I always see him posting stuff in there. You would definitely add longevity to the game, or it definitely would. New strings, new phases, etc. would be great. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm gonna use my laser here. Almost got this guy. Okay, so now let's go ahead. Here comes Kool-Aid Man. Then I wait. Charge. You can, like, never get that third guy. May as well charge a little bit of burst while I can. But yeah, when you drop... Okay, when those scullings drop in, it's like impossible. You'd have to wait so long for your slash before you do the slash to kill the middle one that drops down, that by that time the ones on the right and left would have already gone for like a corpse. They would have already probably reanimated one of these bodies. So I should probably just bite the bullet earlier. This is kind of dangerous. Never mind, we're good. Okay, so luckily that worked out. But yeah, I think next time I'll just run into that room and I'll use my slash on the first two guys as early as possible, like as soon as they drop in, because their hitboxes are available to attack like right away. But then that last one, the middle one, that dude is invincible for a while, so you can't really attack that last sculling immediately. Perfect, this guy's already walking away, hell yeah. Okay, free backstab. Thank you. Just a little bit more charge while I'm at it. Grab my burst. Okay. Only safe for work? Yes, we are safe for work Discord. I mean, you can post not safe for work mods, you'll just get banned pretty much instantly. You'll get shot on sight. If not by me, by one of our mods, so... Alright. You do want a sword mod? Imagine a Keyblade mod. That's not a thing already? Damn. How is that not a thing? Someone needs to put the Keyblade in there. Shouldn't be that hard to do. You could probably put like Fenrir in there, but I mean it'd be cool because like it's about probably the same length. I mean Fenrir is the longest Keyblade, right? I'm pretty sure it's the longest one, and I feel like that would go well. Like it would suit Eve's sword. Like it would look normal. Of course, my favorite Keyblade when I was like a freaking 8-year-old edgelord or whatever, I loved the Oblivion. I thought the Oblivion looked so cool, dude. And it's also because I never wanted to craft the Ultima weapon in Kingdom Hearts 1 when I was a kid. Oh my goodness, the thought of grinding for that stuff, I didn't care. And I still don't. I have never to this day made an Ultima weapon in Kingdom Hearts. Because it's just like it's way too much effort, dude. I should conquer that fear, or not, it's not even a fear. I should conquer that demon one day and just do it. I should just do it and grind the Ultima weapon and like get closure from my childhood. Because it would be cool, you know? I mean, it'd be pretty cool. Yeah, Oblivion was rad. Oblivion Oathkeeper, dude. I mean, the best Keyblade in Kingdom Hearts 1 was probably the critical hit one. What was it called? Lady Luck? It just had awful range, but like that thing was... Oh, and it also made it gave you more MP. That thing was busted. I think even as a kid, I understood, wow, this is busted. But it's decently balanced in that, yeah, you have no range, but at the same time, it doesn't really affect too much. You just gotta get in there more. If you're in there like swimwear, like if you're in the enemy's faces, it doesn't matter. Because actually, especially in Kingdom Hearts 1, magic is so freaking OP, dude. Man, I would love to do a Kingdom Hearts playthrough on stream. The problem is, Kingdom Hearts games are nightmares to stream because of the music. Disney will come to your house, they will hunt you down. For copyright reasons. No, actually, yeah, you can't stream Kingdom Hearts games. I think that on the PC versions of Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, and 3, I'm not sure, I think there's streamer modes where they make it so that you don't get your stream copyright struck because of the Disney music. And I love when games do that. I know that Dead Rising did the same thing. When we did a playthrough of Dead Rising Remake, there's a streamer mode so that, you know, all the copywritten music doesn't screw over your stream. Or your videos, whatever. So yeah. I really appreciate that stuff now as a streamer. Oh, there are streamer modes? Okay, cool. I thought so, but I wasn't sure. I don't own the games. I don't own any Kingdom Hearts game on PC. And I don't even own them on PS4 or the PS5 versions. I just have the I have the PS3 HD versions. I have those copies of 1 and 2. Which is very streamable. I can stream PS3 games. Because, you know, it's so weird. Okay, so like if you buy a modern Elgato capture card, you cannot stream PS3 with that shit. You know why? PS3 does not allow you to turn off HDCP. If you don't know what that is, HDCP is a like piracy measure to it disallows you from streaming or capturing services like Netflix or Hulu or whatever. But on PS5, you can just go to your settings and disable HDCP, and then once you do that, you can use a capture card. It'll just make it so that you cannot use Netflix. You literally cannot boot up the app. But on PS3, that was not an option because I guess, you know, it wasn't really it was less of a thing. There were, you know, people making content or whatever, but Sony didn't really think about that. So to this day, you don't have a way to disable HDCP. So you need a Chinese import capture card that doesn't give a damn about HDCP, and it'll just capture it anyway. But if you buy like an Elgato one, there's like rules or whatever, so they have HDCP. It recognizes, oh, the HDCP is enabled, so we will not allow you to, you know, to capture this. But yeah, if you buy like a cheap capture card, it allows you to capture it, which is convenient for streaming PS3. I'm not condoning piracy, or like, you know, whatever, stealing Netflix content, I guess. But if you want to stream PS3, you need an older capture card. Kind of crazy because, like, these Elgato capture cards are not cheap. And there's no solution. Actually, I think there is some kind of roundabout solution, but you need some kind of splitter or something. You need like an extra thing. It's not as simple as just using a capture card, which, yeah, that's not great. We're coming up to Juggernaut next. Double checking, there's a streaming disclaimer saying that you can play the Kingdom Hearts. You can play Kingdom Hearts with music as long as you're not solely streaming the music. Yeah, I believe that. So at least on YouTube, the way that copyright works is that if you, and this happens to me sometimes, if I'm playing a copyright song, in fact, the main menu music for Stellar Blade is a song that's like this. If I am playing a song, if I just sit on the main menu for like 30 seconds without talking, it will copyright strike that whole stream. And if you're talking the entire time, you're fine. But like, if you're not, another game that's awful at this is Nier Automata. You cannot stream that game. Even if you're careful and you're talking over the music the whole time, you're gonna get hit. But like, for Stellar Blade, it's really just the main menu, I think. That's the only one, the main menu music. So you gotta be careful with that one. But yeah, I'm sure that if you're playing Kingdom Hearts and you're talking, doing commentary the entire time, non-stop, you should be fine, I guess. But still, that's a whole lot of stress, you know, just because of the music. Because yeah, that game is just a walking copyright flag. It's kind of like a... I mean, Nier Automata is another one. Like, none of my Nier Automata streams I was able to monetize, which I don't care about. I do not care at all about monetizing those streams. But it's just something that I noticed. Too long didn't read, just mute stream when it reaches Frozen's world. Oh my gosh. I didn't even... Maybe I did know, but I haven't played Kingdom Hearts 3, so I didn't realize Frozen was part of that. That's interesting. I can't wait to play that game. I gotta play Kingdom Hearts 3 one day. One day I will play Kingdom Hearts 3. Interesting, you bought an HDMI splitter for your PS3 for that reason? Okay, maybe that would work then. Here's Juggernaut. So we easily no damage last time. Do it again. Oh, I don't have Repulse? Oh my gosh, why didn't I buy that? It's okay. I forgot to buy Repulse again. Kinda silly. Big jump, dodge. Juggernaut, again, no problem. Damn, it's really just a Stalker split. Because this split has, like, no enemies. Just the ones after the buzzsaw sequence, and that's it. Which I showed last time how we can just shoot them down. Damn, just the Stalker split. I gotta... Okay, well, hey, this is good information. Now if it keeps going this way, whenever in the future, whenever I have got my perfect run going, you know, perfect Eidos 7, perfect Altess, and then we get to Matrix, I just gotta really lock in for the Stalker split, and then the next two, Juggernaut Taki, should be easy. Should be no problem. Am I still making save files, or did you finish that playthrough already? We finished that playthrough. Actually, Distor, you know, I thought about you this week because I remember you were asking for the upload on the speedrun tech for the Matrix 11 skip. I was just trying to record a freaking little voiceover for that because I've realized, okay, that tech needs a voiceover because I have to explain what's happening. And I literally couldn't, unless I did it really late at night, but I didn't. I couldn't even like record a voiceover. So I never uploaded that skip to this day. And in fact, I need to get that done. I was thinking like I should have just, I could just record the voiceover while we're on stream, but I think I'll get it done tonight. Because once I record that voiceover, I can upload that to the spreadsheet. Because I'm trying to make it, you know, as helpful as possible. Because I remember you were asking like, oh, when are you going to upload the thing? And then, for similar reasons, I still have not uploaded my tutorial on freaking downpatching, which is a short-ass video, but I still got to record a voiceover. And only until today, I have not been able to make time to record a voiceover because of all the noise at home. So, yeah, it sucks because that, I mean, I had the save files, but I just, you know, I want to release it. I want to release the save files with the tutorial. That was like kind of the point. How to downpatch? Here's save files. There you go. But anywho, coming soon. Coming soon. You didn't finish Kingdom Hearts 3? Why not, Agatoki? Did you not like it, or are you not a are you like not a big Kingdom Hearts guy in general? Alright, let's kill this guy. Okay. Then I gotta be fast here. Okay, that didn't work out at all. You know what's crazy is that I honestly feel like the way I'm doing it by killing all these enemies is a little bit more dangerous. In a typical speedrun, I would just run straight through everybody and just backstab those guys, and I'd be fine. And it'd be beautiful, you know? Wait, it's happening again. Look at this. The glitch. That's the second time it's happened, where you could even hear my gun was like trying to shoot. What the heck? That's the second time today. And only on this patch. It's never happened to me on older patches. Wow. It happened to me earlier during the Maelstrom fight. Maelstrom 1. Huh. That is so weird. You like Kingdom Hearts, but you played through most of the games up to the releases of Kingdom Hearts 3, and you think you just burned yourself out on the series? Oh, you did like all the side games? I see. I see. I mean, hey, it's better than me. I haven't played any of the side games. Because luckily, my fiance just knows all about that, so if I have a question, I can just ask her. Because she's played everything. She's like watched the movies and stuff too, or whatever. Yeah, get some more energy. Okay. Hockey time. Isn't the fog so cool? I just love the way they did that. Like, that is honestly so creative, the way they did this fog. I love it. Really sets the tone. Somehow. And 2, 3, 4. Oh no. Well, there's my perfect talkie. 2, 3. That was unnecessarily risky combo. 1 and 2. Oh, hold on. Whoops. 3. How did I used to count that? I don't remember. One, 2, back up. 3, 4, delay and dodge. Nice. Okay, pretty rough. And she'll just roll over and die. Okay. We run it back. We run it back now. Go back to Stalker here. Okay. Now, back to the save manager. Load save. Okay, load successful. I just press continue. Now we are back at the beginning of Matrix. This is attempt number 3. Attempt number 3. Let me start. I'll even start my recording again, just in case. I got a perfect Matrix right here. Oh, you know what I should do? Let me grab Repulse. I keep forgetting to do that. Just grab it. It's right there. Oh, you can't be holding it the whole... Okay. So, as it's loading into the training mode, you can't be holding down start from that point. You kind of gotta wait to be in training mode, then you can do start and then L2. Which, by the way, I really wish it was still just start. I like how on the console version, again, this is purely from a speedrunning perspective, or like just from a playing the game over and over perspective. It was nicer when it was just one button. Like, now it's a combination. I guess the point is because they don't want people accidentally leaving training mode if they don't mean to. And I guess somehow the start button on a DualSense controller is like too easy to accidentally press. I don't think that at all. I think this thing is so out of the way and so hard to press that it's never going to be an accidental press. But I don't know. Yeah, it's another weird little change for the PC version. And this is another thing that I've never verified. I don't know if it's like that on console. For all I know, the console version experienced the same changes where now, to exit training mode, you don't just press start, you press start plus L2. One day I'll find out. One day I'll boot up the console version again. It's just... Besides these little mysteries that I'm, you know, pondering about, there's like no point to ever boot up the console version. Why the hell would I want to play with less frame rate? And worse textures? Okay. One more. Oh, I shot his tail. That was cool. Oh, that's so... Let me restart. Let me restart. Hold on. I don't like that. You see how fast those guys are? Like, their attacks come out so quickly. They're unreactable. They're unreactable. Load save state. Okay. So I'm going to actually make this 311. Like the band. Here's our actual third attempt. I took a hit pretty much immediately, so we're just doing a quick restart. And I will grab Repulse again. Thank you, Alex Nunn. Thank you for reminding me. I always appreciate reminders because you guys know my memory is not the best. What game was it that I was playing where I just kept forgetting to do something? I can't remember, but honestly, it feels like it happens in every game that I play. Literally everything. Lies of P, Final Fantasy, every freaking game we've played through. I'm like, remind me to do this, and I just forget. It's probably mostly in Stellar Blade. But I don't know. So yeah, this is our third run through of Matrix. I'll do 2 more after this. I'll do 2 more run throughs. Because I feel like by drilling Matrix 11, just doing a whole day just practicing this entire segment, you know, we're gonna get so consistent at all the enemy mobs, because really the scariest part are the mobs. The mobs are the single most scary thing, because like as far as the bosses go, the bosses, there's not a boss that I'm like, oh, I'm nervous about fighting them. It's just if I'm on that day. On any given day, I feel like I could easily run through the whole game and, you know, not take any damage on any of the bosses. It's just like I gotta be playing well for that particular day. So, hold on, I almost muscle memoried and jumped down. Okay. I would love an assault kill on this guy, but he's kind of aware of me, so I gotta wait until I'm out of combat. Once my sword is put away, I can assault kill him. So that's how that works. And then I'll have my shotgun out. 1, 2. Oh my gosh, okay. He went for me so fast. Okay. Okay. That's a hit. That's a very fair hit. Oh, I missed an enemy. This is a good one to practice over and over. This is good practice. But yeah, the sculling jumped me, and I feel like the bigger threat is the gunner. So the guy with a machine, or like a cannon for an arm, like the dude that's basically Barrett. That guy I want to shoot immediately because he can fire off a quick shot. The sculling, sometimes it will just go for a body. It'll try to reanimate something, and then you're good. In that case, it went for me immediately, so that was not optimal. You know, maybe I should just try to kill all the enemies in that room without entering. Is this ammo? This is not ammo. Because like my resources, I would have enough resources. It's just kind of awkward because they're like so low. If they were on, if it's always awkward shooting at enemies that are down way below you. If they were on the same level like ground as me or up, it'd be fine. Because you can see it there with the mites when we get to the landfill room. The 3 mites that are downstairs, like I gotta jump on top of the banister and it's so awkward. But I'm sure we can find a way. So this is what we're practicing for. 1, 2. Alright. If it comes down to just that room being the only, like, sore part of my Matrix 11, I'm happy with that. Because then I can just work on just that. I can just, you know, drill down, figure it out. So I'll still be thrilled if I can get through the rest, no damage. No hits, rather. I might walk through some fire, I might take some fall damage. And you know, you might argue, because again, my rule set is, what I am classifying as a hit is any damage source that's from an enemy, and any enemy damage source. So, fall damage wouldn't count, and pre-existing fire wouldn't count. However, there's definitely an argument for, like, if I walk through, because I think that some of the fire in the Juggernaut arena, like when you're fighting Juggernaut, some of the fire is created by Juggernaut, so could you consider that a damage source from an enemy? Maybe. That one's very ambiguous. What is definitely not ambiguous is like the fire outside in Spire 4, when you're running away from the turrets. I wouldn't count that as, obviously, as an enemy damage source. It's just fire that's on the floor. So, I'm good with that, and I'm good with fall damage. But, you know, the damage, like the fire in the Juggernaut arena, you know, it's kind of like, how do you want to classify it? Personally,
이 열차.
I wouldn't really care about walking through that, but
무너지는데?
it wouldn't really cost me too much extra to avoid it. So I'll try to avoid it. I don't think these past couple attempts, I don't think I've been walking through fire on the Juggernaut arena because we've been just obliterating him.
스티브,
We've been killing him so fast, so has not been an issue at all.
자이온이 북적일 때가 그리워지는구만. 럭키! 고급 포착!
Okay, I'm gonna save my rush because I want to rush through this dialogue right here. Excuse me. Right here on this line.
이 위쪽으로 길이 있어.
Perfect.
그 앞에 캠프도 있고. 이브, 잠시만 좀 들르자. 위에서 나는 소리 들었어?
Alright. Talker, hello. It seems it's consistent. If you shoot him right away, he'll go like left, versus if you don't shoot him, he'll go right and break the fire hydrant. Or it's not a fire hydrant, but whatever, the water. Oh my gosh, that was awesome. 1, 2, 3, delay, and 4, 5. That was a good stalker. The only other scary-ish enemy mob is like, you know, okay, the enemy mob before the last camp, before Taki, I'm going to just run through it normally. I'm going to pretend it's a speedrun because I feel like it's honestly safer. I don't feel great shooting the enemies there. It's just kind of sketchy. And the other thing too, I don't like how the patrols, they get so out of sync in ways that I'm not comfortable with. So, we're going to run through next time. Man, Matrix is really short. This is so much fun to run through over and over. Honestly, I would love to, hell, maybe now that I've created some save files, I think it'd be really fun to have speedrun categories that are just for one section of the game. So like, here's a Matrix 11 speedrun, here's a Spire 4 only speedrun, you know? I think that'd be fun because the full game could be it's a time commitment, you know? It could be too long for some people to run. But, you know, some of you guys watching might be like, oh, I'm down for like an hour-long speedrun, but not a 3-hour-long speedrun. But an hour, I could do that. And then, you know, just practice running that. Because that would be fun. That sounds fun for me, and I love running the full game. Or like just Eidos, straight 807, straight Matrix, straight Spire 4. Those could all be separate categories. Let's go ahead and grab all this stuff. And this. It doesn't matter. Did I buy ammo? Haven't. There we go. You know, it'd be cool. I would love to explore a castle in a Stellar Blade type of game. Maybe I'm just thinking of Lies of P, because like Lies of P, the castles are so freaking cool. It'd be super awesome to explore like an abandoned old castle. I don't know. There'd be good room for some kind of jump scares. Or like, there'd be good room for exploration. You know, because I guess what I'm thinking of, you know, like in the library in 807, there's some books. Sorry, I bumped my microphone. There's some books that you can grab. It'd be cool, like I could imagine a castle setting where you're exploring and then, you know, you're grabbing books and then like, oh, you grab this book and then it opens a door, at least has some stuff, you know? I think that'd be tight. Alright, so let's try this out. I'm gonna go ahead and just... Oh, I'm gonna spend my slash right away on the first two. That was better. Because that saved me time, essentially. Oh, wait, that wasn't great. I guess I missed one. It worked out, but I think that... Did my slash potentially not kill everything there? Like the first two? In fact, I can make a recording. I'll just check it out later. I'll watch it again. I'll watch it again right now. Let me see. Did my and I'll let you guys watch as well. Check this out. Okay, so did my thing kill? Did my slash kill the first two guys? I don't know. Because I decided I'm going to just not charge it so much. I think they died. Oh, I see. I didn't shoot that guy. I just missed my shot. I straight up missed my shot on the middle one. But those two guys did die. Oh, I see. He was still invincible. He was still invincible. That's what happened. Okay. Right. And that was the whole point. You know, so I'm so... Okay. The whole point of spending my slash immediately was that there was no value in charging it longer and waiting because the middle sculling it is invulnerable for like a super long amount of time compared to the other guys. And so I'm used to delaying as much as I can, and then my slash still doesn't hit, and then I shoot it with a shotgun. But there I shot him too early, so this is why we practice. This is why we practice. You're thinking of the castle in RE4 remake? That'd be really cool for Eve to explore. Yeah, plenty of hidden things, you know? I would love more exploration. I would love more hidden bosses too. Like, oh my goodness, in the Lies of P DLC, there's like an optional boss that's pretty well hidden. If there's a boss, like if I were to stumble across a boss like that in Stellar Blade, I would lose my mind. That'd be so awesome. It's like, whoa, there's a boss here. What? Because the only optional bosses are like, they're tied to quests, so they're not really like, you don't feel like, oh, I discovered this. I mean, they do a little bit in a way, but not like finding a boss in like an Elden Ring or in Lies of P. I love that sense of discovery. It's so cool, and this game doesn't really have that on that kind of scale. There's stuff you can discover that's cool, but not like boss fights. So, you know, Stellar Blade 2, maybe they'll be more ambitious. Just a little bit more content, you know, a little bit more. When I do this puzzle, it reminds me of, since we're mentioning Resident Evil, I think of the puzzles in Resident Evil 2 Remake. The puzzles like with the circuitry, like the wires. This is in the RPD. If you know, you know what I'm talking about. But it's the same kind of layout where you're just mashing squares a certain amount of times. And they keep turning, so... Of course, this one is much more like clear what you're supposed to do. Okay, let's get our free ammo. Oh, you know what else is new? I forgot to mention this, but I don't know if you guys are fans of Ninja Turtles, but right now, McDonald's is having a collaboration with Ninja Turtles and Hello Kitty. So if you go buy a happiness meal, I got a happiness meal like the other day, and I got a Hello Kitty. It's like Hello Kitty Raphael. Like, it's so cool. Wait, hold on, where is it? It's somewhere. It's like in my closet, whatever. Otherwise, I would show it to you guys. Wait, I can still show it to you. Hang on, give me one sec. Okay, here it is. So this is the toy. Isn't this cute? But they have like 13 of them or something. So it is... the toy looks exactly like this. So it's just Raphael, but it's Kitty. It's the actual character Kitty. Because that's Kitty. And so they've got like Cinema Roll, there's like a Kuromi character, and some other guy I don't know. It's pretty cool though. Nope, don't do that. That's the first time someone said happiness meal. Yeah, just like it's like a joke. I like calling it happiness meal. It sounds so formal, right? You know the anniversary for the original live action, which were the best ones, TMNT movies, is going on. I'm a big fan of the first movie. I know you like the first and second movie, but I really like the first one. You know, to this day, oh my gosh, you know, to this day, like, movies don't even really use animatronics like that. Because it's just cheaper, I guess, to just use CG. Did I switch my shotgun? I forgot. Nice.
상자에만 신경 쓰고 있었어. 반성감이네.
반성하지 않아.
Alright. We didn't take any hits, right? No, I'm at full health. Okay. So still just that one hit on Stalker. Hey, that's still better than our last attempt, right? So if we get it down to a one hit PB, it's pretty nice. Because currently our PB for Matrix is 2 hits. We are at a 2-hit PB. I'm gonna do 2 more Matrix runs after this. Just 2 more. I think that'll be pretty good. But yeah, Agatoki, maybe that's why they're doing a collaboration with McDonald's. Although Hello Kitty is the X factor, you know. And some of the toys are like this one is, you know, Kitty looks normal, but then there's one where she's green, and so some of the Hello Kitty characters will be green. So that's interesting. I like the normal looking ones. I would love to get the Cinema Roll white one and the Kuromi white one. Okay, there goes the fusion cell. I guess these enemies, these mobs are kind of... You gotta plan for them a little bit. In fact, you know, it would be prudent... Why am I not buying ammo? It would be prudent to just refill my ammo right here, because we're going this way anyway. That way I'm not worrying or struggling about my ammo. I can just refill, be maxed out right here. There we go. Sometimes you gotta exercise a little bit of prudence. Oh, don't fight that. Oh, did I mention how when I was... Hang on, let me shoot this guy down. Did I mention how yesterday when I was setting up my fight sticks for my new parts that came in earlier today, I washed all of my buttons? So like here's a Sanwa button, right? You can take the entire, like the plunger out, and then you can also remove the switch, the actuator, and then you can wash the housing and plunger separately. I took them all apart and I washed them in soap and water, and oh my gosh, some of these, like some old buttons I've had since like 2012, they feel like pretty much like new. just cleaning them, it's so much smoother. It's awesome. And it's really therapeutic. Strongly recommend. It's very easy to do. If you have a fight stick laying around that you have not given any love to in a while, just take it apart, wash your buttons. It'll feel so nice. In fact, I was interested in checking out, just recently Sanwa came out with a, if you know about fight sticks, you've probably heard about the JLF lever. JLF is like the original Sanwa lever. It's like an absolute classic staple piece of hardware in arcades, right? But then they innovated a little bit. They came out with the Sanwa JLX, which is like, you know, slightly modified. But then they just recently came out with the JLX2, and I was interested in trying this one out. So I mean, they're fairly inexpensive. They're like 20 bucks or something. And in fact, I saw there was like a mod kit you can buy that's like 10 bucks. That's just the parts to convert your JLF into a JLX2. So I was thinking maybe I'll get one of those. Although I don't really play on Japanese levers anymore. I mean, like I might want to at some point, you know. Because I don't really play Street Fighter these days. I just play Tekken, so like I don't need a Japanese lever, but like, you know, it'd be cool. I mean, I might someday. Maybe if I really like how the lever feels, I would play Street Fighter again. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of Street Fighter 6. You know, I do miss playing Street Fighter. I've just been like booting up Street Fighter 4 and just doing combos recently. I love Street Fighter 4. It's such a perfect game. Until Ultra came out. Ultra was very okay for me. But I loved Super and Super Arcade Edition 2012. Love those games. I adore them. With all my heart. Did I buy ammo? Okay. And now we kill Juggernaut. Now we obliterate Juggernaut. In fact, you know what else I should be doing? I should be popping grenades. I should be popping grenades, dude. Why not? If I notice an opportunity to, anyway. Generally, it's not really helpful for like how short the bosses are, but like, you know, sometimes I might want to. Oh, okay, well, we took damage from the fire there. The actual attack itself doesn't deal damage. That's a legit hit. Damn, I screwed up my Juggernaut fight. We had 2 perfects in a row, or 3 perfects. That sucks. Yeah, well. Well, now we're just matching our PB of 2 hits. I can totally see the nerves really building. That's another... Dude, just doing these reps is going to be so good. Because, like, one day when we do get our beautiful, perfect magic run, can you just imagine the nerves that will have built up by the time we're, like, you know, 3 hours in and we're at, like, the last 2 bosses, you know? That's gonna be a lot of nerves. So the more I just do the whole sections over, and it's good to practice, I think, in sections. So, like, whenever I do get to practicing the final bosses, I'm gonna want to practice them in, like... I'll practice, like, the last 4 bosses together in a row. Or maybe just the last 3 in a row. I don't know. I could either practice Spire up until Karakuri, or I could practice Spire up until Demo. Honestly, I think it kind of makes more sense to bundle them together as the last 4 bosses. The reason why is because Spire essentially ends at Karakuri, because then there's no more enemies. So again, most of the danger with a full hitless playthrough is the enemy mobs. So I feel like Demo Crawler serves as a nice warm-up to the last 3 bosses. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And also, I guess, if I were to practice just the last 3 bosses, it'd be really short. Like, that'd be kind of a short practice run. So, I think that okay, like, pretty much the way I'm thinking about it is, if I am risking having to redo demo for a mistake on any of the last 3 bosses, it'll put more pressure on me, which is exactly what I want. I want more pressure to build earlier. Oh my gosh. That somehow didn't... I guess that registered as me crossing. Okay. So yeah, that makes sense to me. So I'm going to practice... The way I'm going to split up the game will be... I'll practice intro to 807. Actually, forget the intro. The intro doesn't matter. 807 from the beginning. The end of 807. That's one section. Then... Matrix is one section. And then... Spire is one section up until Karakuri. And then Demo Crawler to the end of the game is another section. So 4 sections. And then if I want to practice Altess and Abyss, I can just do those individually because who cares? There's basically no danger. Like, yeah, I'll want to practice them like a little bit, but there's essentially no danger. I mean, pretty much. Like, what's the most dangerous thing that could happen? I guess the most dangerous thing that could happen is Abyss Lavoir getting sniped by those enemies in the long hallway. And that's pretty much it. I mean, Altess has one little ambush section, but it's completely predictable and, you know, easy to replicate. So, yeah, I think it's good. What am I getting here? Energy from parries. Okay. So, moving forward, as I'm practicing Hitless, we'll probably spend like an entire stream day, like today. Instead of just all Matrix, we're going to do all Spire, but no demo and beyond. Just all Spire, because that's already a big chunk of game. I mean, think about how much there is to that. You have to land in Spire, go through all of the, you know, Hypertube, the turrets outside, the conveyor belts, right? Belial 2, then a whole bunch of enemies. Get to Karakuri, and then do Karakuri. That's already a lot of game. Wow, she really juked me there. And 2, 3, 4. Nice. I love the repulse. Look at the damage. If you get the repulse right away, it's like the best case scenario. Ah, that's the worst attack. I did anticipate that. That was my bad. Alright, that was my bad. 1, 2, 3, delay, and 4. And that's it. Whoa, I have never seen that happen. Maybe I have. But yeah, she had her like the weak point showing at the beginning of the cutscene. Cool. Because yeah, the cutscenes are real time. They're using real time graphics anyway, so... In fact, like if you are using a potion, if you use a lingering potion, it'll carry over into a cutscene. So if I pop the lingering potion right there, it should be showing, you know, for like the first half, like the first 10 seconds or whatever. That's how it works on other cutscenes anyway, like Like I've seen it because I've done it specifically when I enter the Raphael Space Center. Sometimes I'll pop a lingering potion just to heal a little bit after the turret section, and then it's like, oh, it'll show during the cutscene. So, GG's. Yeah, that was okay. It's very rare that she does that attack in particular, so I anticipated it. If you just react to it, it's reactable. You can see it coming. But I anticipated. That was my mistake. How did I take damage on Juggernaut? It was something silly. I don't remember, but it was some nonsense. I think we can get no damage for Matrix tonight. I'm gonna do 2 more runs of this. I didn't mean to go into the cutscene, by the way. This was an accident. Anywho, here's my this is the fight stick I'm gonna put all these new parts into. It's just a shell right now, literally just a disaster, just a freaking mess. So I'm looking forward to organizing the cables here, and then I'm looking forward to just trying out these new micro switches. It's gonna be awesome. You can do it. Thank you, Agatoki. Thank you for believing. Whenever I see the words "you can do it," I think of Rob. What's that guy's name? If you've seen Longest Yard, he's like a cheerleader at the end for the prison guard, or for the not for the prison guards, for the prisoners. Is it Rob Schneider? I believe that's his name. It's like, you can do it. Of course, the delivery is much funnier. Is that his name? Let me Google it. Oh my gosh, the Yankees are losing? This is not good. We cannot be losing. Freed started. What the hell? What happened? Yeah, Rob Schneider. That is his name. Yeah, Rob Schneider in The Longest Yard. How are we losing? It's only the 4th inning. What happened? Who homered off of Freed? Damn, 4 runs in the 2nd? That sucked. Judge homered, hell yeah. I'm gonna rewatch this beginning of the game. Judge has a homer and a double, I love that. Okay, at least we're scoring runs, like at least our offense is doing something, but yeah, it's not great. That is not a quality start, Freed. Oh, he did it in The Longest Yard and Little Nicky, okay. I don't think I've ever seen Little Nicky as an adult, or like as a conscious person. I remember seeing it on TV, but I didn't know what was going on. I just remember thinking it was kind of scary because, like, that's where the guy's head turns like an owl, right? I'm pretty sure that's that one. I was never old enough. I never saw that movie when I was old enough to really understand, you know? Maybe I should watch it. Alright, anyway, that was quite the detour. I didn't mean to watch all those cutscenes. Now we're at 347. Next attempt. So I'm going to go to the save manager. Bam. Load save state. Then... Okay, back to Stalker. Alright, our PB is still 2 hits. Our PB is still 2 hits. Grab repulse. Hold on a second. Let me stop the recording again. I'm just gonna delete some of these recordings. I don't need all these recordings. Today's the 16th. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. These have all been failed attempts. Taking up space. Okay. Okay, here is Repulse. Pick that up. It's nice to have for Stalker. Okay, the music came back. I was nervous for a sec
맵 데이터를 재구축하고
because the music
있어요.
went completely silent.
조심해. 오래돼서 여기저기가 약해져 있어. 길도 복잡하고. 저쪽 문은 열어놓는 게 어때? 무슨 일이야? 뭐의 시체인가? 잠깐 이 무슨
Speaking of Yankees talk, I'm sorry for anyone who really does not care about baseball, but I am very happy that one of our players, our first baseman, Paul Goldschmidt, he was potentially going to go on the IL, on the injured list, but he was able to avoid it, so good for him. And also, I'm happy for him because he's like 38 years old, and you know, at that age, injuries are much more like, oh, that's not good. You know, if it's like a 25-year-old and they, look, whatever, you know, they like hurt their,
녀석이었어.
they like strain something, they're gonna be fine. But like his thing was like a potential knee thing, and like I would just have felt so bad because he's been great for us, really. He's had like a pretty weak stretch of no offense for a while, but like I'm really happy with him at defense, and I just like him. I feel like he's a good clubhouse presence. So I always like having some old guard around on the team, just for that veteran presence, you know.
뒤져보자.
I think it's really valuable, especially going into postseason, which personally I've kind of written off the Yankees season already. I don't think we're going to do anything. We're not going to get anywhere. We've just been so bad. Like we'll probably get a wild card slot and then lose immediately. That's my prediction. I would love to be wrong. Alright, here is the room that was giving me trouble earlier. Now, let's try this again. Just kill this guy, this bastard right here. That was clean. One laser took out both. That's awesome. Then I just wait. Then kill him. That was excellent. I can't believe how perfect that laser was. That was a thing of beauty, dude. My one laser charge killed the gunner and the sculling after it fell. Perfect. And my laser's not even upgraded. So it's not like I had the extra duration or anything, you know?
2층에 퓨전 드라이브가 있던데. 가볼까?
That was cool. Alright, in goes the fusion cell. Pop goes the weasel. Boom goes the dynamite. What am I thinking of? Boom goes the dynamite. There was like a funny sports call. I think it was basketball.
만만치 않은
I think that, yeah, I'm pretty sure the commentator said boom goes the dynamite, but for some reason it was funny. Like boom goes the dynamite.
이브,
I don't remember what the hell the context was. Of course, Pop goes the weasel. That's like a classic,
저 위쪽 길로
like
이어지는데요?
children's game thing. Or is it a nursery rhyme? I don't know.
저길 진짜 간다.
Pop goes the weasel. I think it is a nursery rhyme. Although that doesn't rhyme.
괜찮겠어?
So maybe it's not. Oh, what am I talking about? Okay, Stellar Blade, right. I want to get a clean stalker. Let's just start one boss at a time. Can we get a clean stalker?
어쨌든 불안한데.
Also, I had Chipotle earlier. It was delicious. My tortilla was not torn when I got it, so that made me very happy. Generally, because I always get a tortilla when I buy my bowls. I got a rice bowl and a tortilla on the side, and then I make a burrito, and then I save half of my bowl for later. That's how I make my lunch and dinner, just so you know, because it's cost efficient, and it's also way too much food for me to eat, even if I wanted to eat all that. Like even if I could afford to, I would still not eat all that food at once. So sometimes when I get my side tortilla, I don't know what they do, but they just like fold it at infinite times, and pulling it apart, it'll rip. Which is always super tragic, because if you've ever eaten a burrito with a hole in it, it's not a great time. Especially these Chipotle burritos, if you've got like sauce and stuff that starts leaking. Oh, it's not great. That's bad news bears, BNB. It is bad news bears. That should be a TV show, because I know there's a We Bear Bears. Bad News Bears sounds like it could also be a cartoon or a TV show. Maybe it is. Maybe it's a movie, for all I know. Alright, so here's our free ammo. For anyone just tuning in, I'm going to do one more attempt of Matrix after this one. So today's Matrix Day. Which, who doesn't love Matrix 11? Oh, you can't quite rush just yet, because it'll track onto that enemy. No, I messed up. I was supposed to save my rush, damn it. I'll just purposely wait right here. Okay, do I have my ammo? Yes, I do. Let's go. Stalker, let's have a clean stalker. Easy. No problem. We've done this a billion times. No way, I went for the most unsafe thing I could have possibly done. That sucks. And I got so punished. The thing is, I know that hitbox is sometimes unreliable, but wow, it was really unreliable there. I did the beta chain and it failed. Did not make contact at all. That sucks. I will. Ah, man. It's okay. And now I don't care, so I took another hit there. Because at this point, as far as I'm concerned, I either took damage or I didn't. In fact, I kind of want to just redo it. I kind of just want to redo it, because that's so unfortunate. Let's just try. I'm gonna add an extra attempt now because of that. Can't end on that one. It felt like we had a good chance there. 57 again. Go to my manager, load the save state. Okay. So, Incursion 2, which is the combo that failed me there, it's fine to use on Stalker when he's running away, but in that case, when I'm in their face, that can happen. Still, it's only sometimes. Yeah, that's brutal. But this game does have very good hitboxes, so yes, we got screwed there, but sometimes we have incredible evasion on enemy attacks during our own combos, and so, you know, I guess it's a double-edged sword, right? And I would not change it. I love it this way. That's just like a more of an awareness thing. Bad News Bears is a movie starring Billy Bob Thornton. Oh, look at that. Thank you for the facts. I did not know that. BBT, huh? Coming through.
그러운 녀석이었어.
Anyway, we don't lose much time. That only took like less than 10 minutes to get there anyway. And we can test out how consistent our laser strategy is, because the laser strategy last attempt was sick. That was awesome. And if it works every time, that makes me so happy.
보물의 눈이 멀어 뒤지는 줄 알았네. 객실 안쪽도 뒤져보자.
Break the box, dash through.
코드는 정성껏 기록해두자고.
Okay, so these guys I'm gonna shoot down with slug. And I wait. And either wait until this guy is in position to shoot, or wait until he puts your sword away. Then you can assault kill. Alright, now here is where we use our laser strategy on the guy on the right. He's the biggest threat. Awesome, it worked exactly like last time. Okay, I think that might just be very consistent. As long as I'm aiming up around the top of its body, it should catch the sculling as it's falling off the head. Which is awesome. Because, like, I think that looks cool. If I can do that every single time, that's badass. And hey, it's also very cost efficient. I mean, one ammo, one laser shot. Granted, we're not exactly like starving for ammo because we can just refill at any... You know, this isn't a speedrun, so we can just stop at any of the ammo stations and whatever at a shop and buy ammo, but still, if I can avoid extra stops, I will. Just because it'll make the whole playthrough smoother. At least as far as the video would go. Okay.
드디어 빛이 보이네. 만만치 않은 네이티브들도 보이고.
이브, 맵 데이터 복구가 끝났어요.
Collapsed rail bridge.
그런데 길이 끊겼어.
I would not feel safe even standing on this. I would just probably turn around.
올라갈 길을 찾아보자.
잠깐, 저길 진짜 간다고? 괜찮겠어? 조금만 헛디디면 끝이라고.
You know what's crazy? Look at how huge this is. Like, especially looking that way too. This place is freaking huge. Man. Alright. Game is so sick. This area does a really good job conveying the scale. I mean, like, especially because, like, look at how big these pipes look. It makes you, the character, it makes you, the player, feel tiny. Alright, anyway. Where am I going? Oh. Almost down.
어째 좀 불안한데?
다른 선택이 없잖아. 조심해서 따라와.
Getting a little bit tired. If I get no damage this run, that'll be the end of the stream. I guess I did get up at around 6 AM. I just fixed my sleep again. Again, I feel like every month I'm fixing my sleep again. But I did just fix my sleep. But I'm still at that stage where I'm getting up a little bit too early, so... Within like a day or two, I'll be getting up at like normal time, like 9. Like a nice normal kind of hour. Or like 8:30.
가자. 무너지겠어.
Because, yeah, since, you know, I do tend to stream towards midnight, getting up at 6 is just too early. Like, that's just... I'm just going to be too tired on stream. Which I don't want to be. I want to be full of energy the whole time. I'm just starting to run out of fuel here. Like, the E light is on, but I'm not running on fumes just yet. Speaking of which, I gotta get gas. Next time I go out. And I gotta do my oil change. Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting to do that. I got to buy oil. I just haven't ordered my oil change kit.
말을 다 듣다니 나쁘지 않은 걸.
Forgot when I mentioned this, but yeah, I want to try out Costco oil. The Kirkland brand. I don't know if anybody's ever tried it, but like, you know, depending on the car, like I wouldn't use it probably in a performance car. But right now I just have a normal ass car, and so I am very excited to try out Kirkland brand Costco oil just to see what it's like.
천천히.
Just to, you know, just to try it. And cause yeah, it's cheaper. Because the thing is, especially, I mean, I don't know, this is my thought, is that especially if you're putting like 0 Winter 20 into your car, it is so like thin anyway. I mean, like, what difference could it possibly make as far as the brand goes? If I'm getting nice oil for like, you know, a nice engine, I would more incline to get like a fancy oil. Like a thicker oil rather, a heavier weight, heavier winter. I almost said heavier weight, that's not accurate. Like a higher winter rating oil. Because, yeah, the W, if you didn't know, fun fact, the W in oil ratings stands for winter, because it is the winter rating. So, like, the first number is always the cold rating, and the other one's the warm rating. But, yeah. But with modern vehicles, like modern internal combustion engines are so insane. They're so focused on fuel economy that they need to use just the thinnest oil possible, which is, to me, it's kind of crazy, but I'm also kind of like an old head with some of that stuff. So, but I'm trying it. My car calls for 0 Winter 20. I will use 0 Winter 20. Because right now I kind of appreciate the fuel efficiency. Oh damn it, I forgot to save my rush there again.
그 앞에 캠프도 있고. 좀 들르자. 나도 헤드셋 좀 벗게. 이분 잠시만. 위에서
Alright, Stalker. We're back. No, I lost it immediately. Let me just fight Stalker a little bit. 1, 2, 3, delay and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4, delay, and dodge. I'm just gonna fight Stalker a bit because now I've taken 2-minute hits on Stalker to feel comfortable. And I'll just dodge his attacks. I won't do the blinks just to further, you know, reinforce the timings. And 4. One, 2, 3, and 4, 5. Alright, let's continue. Just add my hit. Or wait, did I take 2 hits? I think it was just 1 hit. Alright, so we'll finish up this run. Then I'll do it again. I'll do it one more time. And hopefully that'll be the magic one. Hopefully that'll be the magic run for our just to get a perfect matrix today.
멋진 마무리였어.
However, even if we don't get it today, whatever. The practice I'm getting against the enemy mobs is invaluable.
리프트 위 열.
Just because I do have to break some of the muscle memory of
하나 보이는데.
like
올라가서 살펴보자.
reckless speedrunning strats. You know, where it's just like, I don't care, take a hit, whatever, just run through. Let me just check on the Yankees game. Let me just see how it's going. We're winning 6-5. Ooh, okay. Oh my gosh, that's exciting. That is really exciting. Oh, hang on a sec. I never got my explosive shells. Not a big deal. I didn't need it for Stalker, but now I do have explosive shells. It will be very important for this upcoming section. And I'll grab my overdrive. Honestly, I should have researched the explosive shells like before even flying to Matrix. That's when I should have gotten it, but I just forgot. Or no, I didn't forget. Never mind. I think I'm lying. I think that because I spent the upgrade on enhanced slugs. That's what it was. I got extra slug ammo, and so then I needed one extra drone upgrade module, which I got from the falling train at the beginning of Matrix. Or the train that like comes crashing down.
쪽과 저 사다리.
That tries to run you over.
분노부터 살펴볼까?
Alright, alright. Okay, this room. Laser. Oh, it didn't kill this guy this time. That's okay. There's Kool-Aid Man, watch out for him. Alright. That was good. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Whoa, I could not find the 6-shaped thing for a sec. I don't know what the name is for that character, but I know that they're like Greek characters. I'm just so ignorant, I don't know what they are called. That pipe was actually in my way. Like this pipe right here. It was interrupting me from, you know... Because see, when you're attacking, you don't really like go over. Eve doesn't climb over stuff. Oh, she does if you're jumping in your attack string though. Like right here, if you just do the square, square, square. She does not go over the pipe, but if you do a jumping attack, she will go over the pipe. Huh. Spending a lot of shotgun ammo for this section. I think this is fine. At least so far, it hasn't mattered, my ammo spending. Although the frugal nature of me wants to save ammo whenever I can. So that's why there I was just testing out, you know, attacking some of those skullings, although in previous attempts I've just been shooting them straight up. If I can charge, that's even better. I would love to ideally charge on every single enemy that I kill. I want to write down the number of times you gotta press each of those buttons, and then just memorize it and just mash it out. Like 1, 3, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
들었지? 물 쏟아지는 소리.
아까 그 통로야.
어서 들어가 봐.
I don't think that's the actual combinations. I think it's something like that, but at some point I want to write that down and then try to do it really fast. I think that'd be cool. That would look cool. I mean,
깜빡이는 곳까지 갈 수 있어?
it's like it doesn't really matter because in a speedrun we're not playing on this patch and we would skip that puzzle. But it's still cool to do it fast if I can. Okay, so that ammo chest is great, but then since we're not speedrunning like I just said, if we want to do, we could just fill up on ammo right here. Let's see how much ammo I could actually fill up on. Not much, 5 shotgun shells, that's it. But hey, since I'm here, I will buy them. I was just curious because I hadn't tried being frugal with my ammo, and so even being frugal, I still had space to buy 5 shotgun shells. One more shot? Okay. Coming through.
이 녀석도 생물이 아닌 곳에 침식하고 있어.
Dude, you know what I haven't done in forever is I want to do the Nick Cage DLC again. Like all the shooting ranges, those were so much fun. What is over here? I forget what this room is. Oh, this is just the other side of that puzzle. It'd be so cool if I could just jump over there somehow. I don't think that's doable though, unless there were like some weird clipping glitch with entering photo mode. I remember when photo mode originally came out, if you activated photo mode while on a rope or like jumping off a rope or getting onto a rope, one of those, it would cause all sorts of weird things to happen, and you could stay on the rope while clipping through stuff. So you could clip through walls, but you needed a rope to do it. So it wasn't really practical for any kind of speed gains, but it was definitely weird. But it definitely just goes to show that something is happening in photo mode that is potentially exploitable. So, yeah. Like, if there was a straight clip... Like, if you could just clip through stuff... That'd be kind of crazy.
상자에만 신경 쓰고 있었어.
I mean, damn, we could use that throughout the entire game. Anywho. Oh, free backstab? Don't want it. Don't take it. Okay, I'm really getting sleepy now. So yeah, we took one hit on Stalker and it was just like, ugh. But then we practiced it a little bit, you know?
여긴
Trying to hammer down our Stalker strats.
생존자들이 머문 흔적이 남아있긴 한데.
Oh wait, what am I doing? I don't have the fusion cell. This is not a speedrun.
여긴 생존자들의 집단 거주지였어. 팬들을 봤을 때 꽤나 오래 방치될 것 같아.
그런데 어째서 온기가
뭐 한번 뒤져보자고. 여긴
죽은 사람들을 기리는 곳.
Still 6-5. I'll just keep the game up here on my phone.
아직 기다리고 있는 거야.
I'll just look at the score.
진짜.
We should have about like 40 minutes left of the stream. So I'll probably be able to catch like the last 2 innings or something. Yeah, something like that.
내가 도울게.
저도.
And then as I'm watching the game, I will change my buttons. Or put my new silent buttons in. And I will put in my new lever switches. And all that. Oh, that's super exciting. Speaking of which... it'd be kind of cool. I really wish there were more fighting games available. So, like, gosh, man, PS5 is so annoying. Modern gaming is so annoying. Like, not playing on PC, having to pay for a subscription to play multiplayer games is so rough. Because sometimes I think about, man, it'd be kind of cool to play fighting games on on my TV, just casually. Because, you know, when I play fighting games, I'm sitting at my chair with my fight stick on my lap. But it'd be kind of cool to like just sit on my bed, play really casually. At the same time, I do not want to, and yes, I could do it on PC if I could just, you know, set up my monitor, whatever, as my TV as my monitor. But it's not the same. Like, the convenience of being on console is really nice. And yeah, luckily, I mean, the main game I play is Tekken. That's crossplay anyway, but like, still. So the deterring factors for me would be like, I don't want to buy the game again, obviously, but then also even if it was on PS Plus, like even if the game was free, I'd need a monthly subscription just to play online, which that sounds awful. Like, to this day, I can still just boot up Street Fighter 4 and just play on Steam for free, online, on PC. It's great. Even if when I was younger, I was playing, like, on 360 or whatever, but, you know, no one has Xbox Live anymore. I mean, it's definitely not a very, compared to PS5, it's not a very popular console, so I feel like it'd be harder to find games on Xbox. But then again, fighting games are pretty popular now, so I'm sure you could find games, but since Sony bought Evo, like they just are trying to have a stranglehold on the FGC, you know, that influence is definitely felt, right? Fighting games are, in general, fighting games are played on PS5. Which, you know, it's fine. It's a fine console for that. Gotta go, have a good night. Oh, take care, Agatoki. Thank you so much for tuning in, man. Hope you get some good rest, dude. We will just be grinding this out here. Practice, practice, practice. Okay, ammo. Bam. And we go. Let's get a PB1. If I just perfect Juggernaut and perfect Taki, that's a PB1 right there. Which, it's funny because our first attempt was a PB2, and I only took hits on the way to Stalker and on Stalker. Good interrupts. Oh, I literally couldn't see there. I was trying to time it, but I failed. That's crazy. I should not have put myself in the corner, but I did want to test myself. I was like, I know the string. I was a bit early. Alright, so much for our PB1. Hello, Ashley Winklebauer. Thank you for tuning in again. How are you doing? Did you ever finish the game? I always try to be spoiler conscious whenever, you know, whenever I can, but since last time we chatted, I don't think you finished the game, so either way, it's not like I'm discussing spoilers right now, but still. Alright, well, my only hit there was just I walked into the fire and I could not see. No, aw man, he'll get it soon. You'll get it soon, rest assured.
게이트는 총 3군데야. 근데 이것저것 많은데? 헤엄치는 건 왜 싫어하는 거야?
글쎄, 태어날 때의 기억이
Are you abusing your guns?
기본적으로 지상의
If you're still struggling on UN, or I don't know, did you get past UN? Because if it's still on UN, I'm telling you, just use your shotgun and your explosive shell and just interrupt everything they do. You will destroy them.
좀 더 둘러보면 어떨까?
글쎄, 꼭 그래야 하나?
철저한 조사는 기본이라고, 기본.
Because their pattern is generally very predictable, where after they do something, they shouldn't do something for like a couple seconds. And so during that time, that's when you can guarantee you'll get a free shot in if you're shooting them. So wait for them to just finish an attack, and then that's your opening. Because if you do just start shooting willy-nilly, you know, at least for unidentified Natiba, they are very evasive, so they will, you know, fly around and they will just phase out of reality and dodge stuff. No ammo, but they should drop ammo though. If you just parry some stuff, they should be dropping ammo all over the place. And what's nice is that even if you fail an attempt, you are able to keep the ammo that you picked up from that attempt. So if you just try to get some parries, they should be dropping ammo. I know for a fact they drop slug ammo, but I think they drop shotgun stuff. At least shotgun ammo too. Aw, damn it, that did not work. Whoops. Alright, hey, I was very well aware of the risks. I'm fine with that. Oh, they only drop slug? Oh, really? Oh. Damn, I swear, I thought... Maybe I'm just thinking of the other bosses.
여기서 정비 좀 하고 가자고.
I'm probably thinking of the later bosses. I'm sure they drop shotgun ammo and stuff as well. Okay, damage. Gotta go take care. Thank you for tuning in. I think by now Tekken is probably over. I wonder who won. I'm gonna catch up on my baseball game after the stream. I'm gonna catch up on baseball and I'm gonna watch the rest of Top 8 because I was watching it earlier. But once my boy got eliminated, I was like, oh, I don't care. I'm off of this. One, back up. 2, 3, 4, delay end. 5. Oh my gosh, hold on, that was silly. Wait, let me just redo the fight. I'll leave the hit counter there, but let me redo this because that doesn't feel clean at all. I wanna practice this one at least a tiny bit. That way, when I go into my next and final attempt for the night, I can at least feel good about how this fight went. But that was already really way too sloppy. Way too sloppy.
드디어 왔어. 저기 봐.
Okay. Taki always starts off really passively. Without fail. Break her shield. Nice. Alright, there's that. Alright, how does she open up? Phase 3. In my face. Don't like that at all. One, back up. 2, 3, 4, delay and dodge. 1. Let me practice her a little bit here. 1, 2, 3, delay and 4. because the fight's pretty much over. So 1, 2, back up, 3, 4, delay and dodge. Didn't get the dodge. Okay. I just want to see more of her attacks a little bit. One and 2, 3. So passive. Oh my goodness. One. Do the big 5-string. 1 and 2, 3. I want the 5-string. Here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jump and 5. Delay and dodge. Alright. A little bit off. To be fair, that would never happen in an attempt because I would never let her like do a combo that long. I would have interrupted it at some point. 1 and 2, 3. 1, 2, back up. 3, 4. One, 2, 3, delay and 4. I want to see the 5-string one more time. 1, 1 and 2, 3. I'm trying to preserve her balance now, because in case she does the 5-string, I don't want it to get interrupted by retribution. So she's got 8 balance left, so I'm clear to at least parry 3 things. That's so cool. I like the voice effect that she does. 1 and 2, 3. Down to 6 parries. 5-string? Nope. 1, 2. Delay and dodge. Alright, now I can't parry anything else. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jump and 5. Alright, well that was the 5-string. At least I got to look at it. Okay. Last attempt. Last attempt of the night. Let me reload the save. Okay. This is for all the marbles. I guess. I guess you could say. This is so awesome. I will never take this for granted. It is so cool I can just reload this quickly and easily. I wish it was just a feature in the game. But no. Manual saves are not an option. Maybe for the next game. Maybe, you know what? Maybe it's something to do with... I don't know. I've talked about this before, but it's so weird to me that there are no manual saves because there's basically zero risk. Literally, there's no punishment, rather, is what I should say. There's no punishment when you die at all. You don't drop your experience, you don't lose your money, you don't lose anything. So having a fully autosave based system, I don't see the point, because to me the point is like in a Dark Souls or like a Lies of P, it's always, there's some excitement there, there's some stress, like oh my gosh, if I die, I'll lose my stuff. And it's not like I can just reload a save, you know, there's no saves to reload. So that's where it makes sense to have autosaves. And only autosaves. But here, you know, there's no punishment. The game is not punishing like those other games. It has a similar difficulty ceiling, but no punishment at all. There's no punishing aspects, which is why it's just very fun and enjoyable to play. You know, it's a very stress-free game. But yeah, manual saves. Because I feel like even just from a very casual perspective of like, you know, like hey, like even if you weren't practicing something like this, being able to just reboot a save to like go fight your, like go watch your favorite cutscene and fight your favorite boss like in the story in order, you know, because it's not really the same as like when you do it in boss challenge. You know, pretty cool. Or like even better example, the side quests. You can't redo the side quests unless you restart the whole game, like do a new save file. So like, you might have a favorite side quest and you want to save right before it so you can replay the side quest, you know? That's pretty reasonable. I think it's reasonable. Ah, well. At least we have it on PC, but yeah. Sucks for console players, man. Nice. Almost nice. Never mind. Spoke too soon. Now we back up. Just wait a sec. And then... kill this guy. Oh my gosh. That was really close. I didn't switch to my shotgun. Oh, wow. That was very clutch for no reason. I wish I did not take that risk. Oh my goodness, I had to dodge that sculling. Okay. By the way, this chest is full of water. So all the stuff I just picked up is soaked. I don't want that. Then again, if I was in the situation, you know, I probably wouldn't be too picky about like my potions, even if it's soaked or whatever, rations. If they're soaked in water, I'll take them. If I found myself in the world of Stellar Blade. And if I was a scavenger. Sounds like a tough gig though, man. Especially with how hard, it's just all desert. Oh goodness. Then again, I mean, they're all robots, right? So like, do they even sweat? I don't know if they sweat. Because if you're not sweating and like burning up outside in the desert, it doesn't seem that bad. However, you know, a piece of machinery, I guess then the concern is overheating, right? Yeah, overheating would be a real issue. Okay, we're coming up to Stalker. How many times did we do this? I think we've done it 6 times. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, this is our 6th attempt. Yeah, okay. All right, not bad. This is fun, man. Next time I'll definitely do Spire, I think. I'll do some Spire practice. Like up to Karakuri. So from the beginning up to, you know, kill Karakuri and then that's it. Because also, not only do I want to have the, I talked about it earlier, how I want to have the boss gauntlet start at Demo Crawler, just to build the stakes, so that I feel more pressure to not take damage starting from UN, because I'll have already done one boss. So like just the thought of like, oh, I don't want to redo Demo Crawler, so I'll try harder when I get to UN. But also because right after Karakuri, there's the whole Everglow elevator shaft, which is great when you're doing the whole game playthrough, right? But if I'm going to be practicing Spire over and over, I'd rather not sit there in the elevator and wait, because I might get tired of listening to Everglow, which I don't want that to happen. So, yeah. I will just omit that from our practice. So we'll pretty much go beginning of Spire until we beat Karakuri, and then the next practice section will be the last 4 bosses, starting from right in front of Demo Crawler. So I won't even have to, like, you know, sit through the elevator. Yeah, that sounds very efficient. All right, here we go. Let's do some jumps. You know, it's funny. The train cart that I just jumped over, there's an enemy in there. There's a hive. And after realizing I can't just jump on top of the train cart, I never ever fought that hive again. But on my first playthrough, I do remember going in there fighting it. So, good times. Now, let's keep it clean here. In fact, I'm even gonna take the ladder. No, I'm not. Never mind. I changed my mind. I was like, I'll even avoid fall damage. It doesn't matter. Saving my rush for this section here to skip the dialogue. Right here on this line, right there.
좀 들리자. 난 위에서 나는 소리 들었어.
Shotgun equipped. Let's go. Now I'm just being cautious. Flash, I'll take it. One more shotgun shell should put us into phase 2. Okay, like 2 more shotgun shells. There we go. No, I didn't shoot in time. 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness. All the stalker mistakes have been really silly. Because there it was... And 4, 5. There it was really clearly like... First of all, probably the only single dangerous string that stalker has are the rocks. Because... depending on your position relative to stalker, you know, you have to wait a little bit longer or wait less to parry the rocks. So that is the one string that it really makes a lot of sense to to just shoot him. So just always interrupt it. So I thought of that, but I guess I thought of it late, or I was being greedy, because yeah, I shot him really late. So we took damage there. Oh my gosh, but it's okay. That's the type of thing, dude, I'm telling you, like, if I were to come back tomorrow, which I'm not going to, but if I were to, I feel like we would have this down pat. Like I was mentioning earlier, you know, most of your learning process it occurs while you're resting. So, you know, we're trying to build good muscle memory today. N72R5. But you can't just, like, practice something a bunch and expect it to work immediately. Just like, you know, any discipline. I mean, this isn't really like a discipline like piano or like a martial arts, but I mean, the learning can be very similar. Because we are literally programming timings into our head. Alright, grab our usual things. And then come over here, grab some. I'll grab some of this. Oh man, that's so disappointing. Yeah, we're on to Juggernaut split now. But yeah, I was being cautious. Like the very first combo that I did, I didn't even let it finish. I was like, I'm not gonna let that rock. Let's just play it safe. Oh well. Oh, I didn't buy ammo. I do need ammo. Yeah, I need it. It's too important because killing the Skullings without shotgun ammo is just so... it introduces extra risk for no reason. Wow, it's really quite far away, this camp. Oh, I didn't even grab the damage upgrade. Whoops. Oh, I did. Okay. Oh my gosh, hold on. Oh my, I almost... Dude, alright, I'm autopiloting in a bad way. In a bad way. I forgot to grab the explosive shells, which are very important. Now I'll buy ammo again. Yeah, I was skipping steps. It's not good. This is what practice is for, though. Again, even little things like this. We're building the routine and then committing it to memory, so... But I guess I am getting sleepy. How's the Yankees game going? 9-5, let's go. Dude, that makes me so happy. Can we sweep the Cardinals? That'd be awesome. Why didn't I get a assault kill there? I don't know, but it's okay. My assault kill just didn't happen. I'm not sure how I messed it up. Because I'm sure that I wasn't in combat. Perfect. Hello, Kool-Aid man. Ooh, he almost hit me. I was trying to kill it. I was trying to be a little bit cute and kill it with the burst or the beta chain. Just to charge some energy, but that almost cost me. And also, I'd have to... Oh, whoops. I'd have to be really disciplined as well to not go for any little risky stuff like that in a whole playthrough. Whenever we do get close to an actual hitless run. Like a full hitless run. Because I do like going for that stuff, you know? If I can do something that's just like 5% cooler, I like lean towards always doing it. But it's definitely risky for no reason. So we are ultimately trying to practice safe strats. Really, really safe strats. Which is, honestly, is a mental exercise in and of itself because I'm so used to playing in such a risky way, you know? I'm really used to playing super risky. I have no regard for my life, you know? Whereas here, we want to, you know, interrupt stuff. Always play cool. No risks. Oh, okay. Like right here. Just chill out for a bit. Just wait. He'll turn around. We'll get a free backstab. No reason to fight this guy. Because I don't want to waste my ammo either, honestly. Because yeah, I kind of need all the shotgun shells that I have on me. Because I still got another sculling over there, and then I'll get some ammo for free. 2 scullings over here. Alright, free charge, nice.
찾았다. 숨은 제어 장치.
I like the pattern. I feel like the pattern there where it's a Tetrastar with all the stars on the screen, that would make a cool print, like for a, I don't know, for like a bag or something. Because it looks like kind of like a designer type of print. Dude, I would buy a Tetrastar bag, like a duffel bag that's just that says Tetrastar. That'd be sick. I love stuff like that. Like I remember the Resident Evil 5 Collector's Edition came with a bag. Like, look at that. Doesn't it look cool?
어서 돌아가 보자.
I guess because it's orange-ish. I'm thinking of like the Louis Vuitton stamps. I think they'd make a sick duffel bag. But anyway, I remember. Oh, you know what else I'm thinking of? If you had the GTA 4 Special Edition, it came with a duffel bag. Inside it had Rockstar print all over it, and it was so badass. I missed that bag. I would use that duffel bag for so many things. It was so nice. And I would also, towards the end of its life, I was using it for like carrying deck boxes when I would go to the card shop. And I made the bad mistake of lending it to people. So like, well, one of my friends who is not really like the most careful person. And yeah, the zipper died and then it was essentially dead. It was really tragic because I actually adored that bag. And I could probably still find some on eBay, but like they're going to be so expensive for no reason. It's not like it's like an ultra high quality duffel bag, but it was a nice duffel bag. Especially for like just coming as like part of a special edition. It was nice. Compared to like other bags. Like I remember my friend had the Fallout something special edition. I think it was Fallout 4. It came with a bag that was like just the cheapest possible bag you could ever imagine. It was really thin. The Rockstar bag that came with GTA 4 Special Edition was not like that. It was nice. And I remember I got a bag from the Resident Evil 5 Special Edition as well. It was like a messenger bag. Not a messenger bag. That's the wrong word. It was like a... What the hell is this kind of bag called? It's a satchel, maybe? Maybe it's a satchel. You'd have to Google it. But the Resident Evil 5 Special Edition came with a bag. That bag was very okay. It wasn't like really thin, but it wasn't great. I still use it sometimes, though. I try to use my stuff, you know? I prefer to use stuff than just let it rot away in a box. And I still have that bag somewhere. That one luckily survived the test of time, but... Yeah, man, that GTA 4 duffel bag was so freaking badass, man. I loved it. So anyway, that's I guess what I was reminded of when I saw that Tetrastar logo. We just need some more Stellar Blade. We need Stellar Blade merch at all. There's just none. And that's a travesty. There's all these cool brands and stuff in Stellar Blade that like would make cool items in real life. Man, that'd be so sick. Like an Orca Aerospace or like a Tetrastar or Raphael Space Center, you know, bag or a hat. I would rock a hat that has like some kind of Orca Aerospace logo. That shit sounds gangster. Cause like what, like it would just look like you actually have like a real job. Like it would look like you're an engineer. It's like, oh no, dude, it's just a video game. I can imagine like the conversation with somebody who's, you know, who's like not a gamer. They wouldn't understand. It's like, what do you mean? That's not a real company? Maybe just play along and be like, oh yeah, we like work alongside NASA. It's like, I'm just bullshitting you, dude. It's a video game. Oh my goodness, the Cardinals scored. It's 9-7 now. This is an exciting game. Look at that score, 9-7. Wow. Kind of out of focus, but Devin Williams is in. This game is too close for him to be pitching. It's in the 6th inning, but I still don't feel great about that. We're only up 2. We can still win this game. Alright, that's stressing me out. I can't look at that. Throw the phone away. Check it after. Funny, last year we had Clay Holmes, now we have Devin Williams. But hey, at least we have other closers who are actually, you know, more reliable. And I would love to see Devin Williams be good, but the thing is, the bright lights in New York City truly do get some pitchers. Like some players in MLB, they do not handle it well. Joey Gallo, great example. Joey Gallo was someone we traded for in 2022. And is it 20? Yes, I believe so. Anyway, he was an awful Yankee. One of the worst. I mean, he was really bad. Which I can't help but feel for him, you know? Sucks. This guy's really chasing me. Alright, you know what? Oh, hold on. What am I doing? I had a brain fart. I should not have done that. What I would typically do is kill this guy with the laser, and then I would assassinate, stealth-kill the Cricket Butcher. I just forgot. It's all good. Now I need to exit combat. There we go. Wait for her to put her sword away. So I wasted a bunch of ammo there. Damn, that wasn't great. Alright, here. Gun my laser. Oh man, we're cutting it close on the ammo. That cost me. Shooting the Cricket Butcher really cost me. Not great. But we're still gonna make it work. Damn, that was a really quick switch to the Smart Mine. I love that. That felt so efficient. I really wish that you had the opportunity or like the ability to in real time switch items and ammos. It's still just like such a wait. Like the left pad and the left D-pad and right D-pad are right there. They don't do anything. Okay, we're out of ammo besides this one shotgun shell. That was pretty much perfect. Ideally the hive doesn't even start to vomit. If they do their vomiting attack, then you were slow. You were slow somewhere, or you got a little bit unlucky. Maybe both, potentially.
갑자기 너
But here's my ammo. All right. And I will take my... Nothing. I don't need to upgrade anything. All right, let's go. Juggernaut. Juggernaut followed by Taki, with only one mob of enemies in between. Okay, let's finish the night strong. Famous last words. No, we're gonna finish the night strong. Finish strong. Finish strong. I almost choked there for a sec. I'm not sure what I was going for. It's okay though. Oh, I just was early. Okay, that was a fair hit. I was just early. Damn, and we dodged that attack successfully like so many times today. First time it hit me. By the way, for that particular attack, you can run away. I think. Pretty sure you can. Yeah, no, you can. It's been a while, but in my old testing, I'm pretty sure that one is escapable by simply running, but that would be no fun. I don't want to do any strats like that when we do this hitless run. That would just be no fun at all. I feel like that goes against the spirit of what we're doing. I mean, to some extent. Also, if this was a full run, I would definitely grab that chest. This chest right here is a good one. It has the shield destruction gear level 2, but it doesn't matter right now, so that's why I haven't been bothering to pick it up, but I would normally. In a normal full game run, I would grab that. You know what's crazy? We could have definitely done a whole playthrough of the full game, but I feel like this is way more productive. I'm very happy with how we spent our time today. This has been a really productive day. That was one hit on Juggernaut, so now let's just get a clean Taki. It's funny, our first attempt was the cleanest. Our very first attempt, just warming up. Which goes to show, like, I mean, I really don't even probably need so many qualifying words. I probably don't need that much practice to do this. I just need a good day. Or rather, I don't need so much practice, I just need the reps. Just the reps. The reps is what are gonna carry me. So that everything feels more familiar. And so that I don't mess up in autopilot doing stupid stuff. And when I say stupid stuff, I mean defaulting to speedrun strats and being risky. So the repetition of, you know, playing safely, very valuable. Alright. You know you can jump right here, but you can't jump over any of the buzzsaws. So it's just useless. The jump is only for this last part. But if you could jump over the buzzsaws, that'd be tight. That'd be tight. Turn around, turn around, turn around. Turn around, turn around, turn around. Oh my goodness, turn around, please. What? Why? Okay, that was weird. These exploding guys weren't doing what they normally do. Why is that? I didn't do anything differently. I don't know. I'll just chalk it up to variance, I guess, but... Yeah, they weren't walking away from me. What the hell?
정비 좀 하고 가자고.
일단 챙겨둘게. 가자.
Ammo nations. Bam. Alright, last fight of the day.
여기는
So I'd like to thank everybody again for hanging out. Thank you for bearing with me for my really inconsistent streaming schedule. I promise this will not last forever. We will get back to consistency and streaming like 4 days a week soon. Yeah, it's just tough. It's been a tough month, man. I just need an easy week. One and 2, 3, 4. Delay and I'll just blink. Nice. That'll put me into phase 3. Alright, phase 3. Here's the real test. How does she open? How does she open? Up close. 1. Then enter overdrive. That's pretty much it. After the first volley, you're pretty safe. 1, 2, 3, 4. Delay and blink. Alright. That's a bunch of Matrix practice. Okay, I'm happy with that. Especially because we had such consistent Juggernauts earlier in the day. Really, really good Juggernauts. Like, awesome Juggernauts. Stalker, I think we had one good Stalker. How is the boss that I've practiced more than the others? Well, is that true? Maybe, with the demo. We've spent more time fighting Taki in challenge runs, but I think just with all the demo time, Stalker I've fought a lot of times. Maybe it's just the whole X factor of Stalker being kind of the jobber boss, being from the demo. But yeah, no problem. We can sit down, we can face Stalker for like 10 minutes, then jump into runs. If that's my one pain point, that's not a big deal. But alright, I'm happy with that. We did a lot of Matrix 11 practice, and we just had a lot of fun. There were some funny moments earlier. Good conversations as well. Thank you again for everybody hanging out. And I'll catch you, if you're a channel member, I'll catch you tomorrow. As long as there's no workers making construction noises tomorrow, I should be streaming Rebirth tomorrow, actually. I really want to play Rebirth tomorrow, so, because otherwise I'm going to forget the controls, and it's been like a month. That's too long. I want to be playing Final Fantasy every week. So, thanks again, everybody, and I'll catch you next time. Hope you have a good rest of your night and good weekend. Peace.